for a lot of shit. Juice, you can. There's no way to sell it. So then you know, for you. Connect radio and that is what it is. Radio. Hello there, 22329. OCQ, Minnesota. Hey guys, I'm in 565 South should be away from us, and they don't care him anymore. The only thing I needed to work. Yeah, where were they? It was up north, and they were pointing out by Range 55. You out there, Range 55? And they don't with Florida, don't turn.
What's up, you people? Good to see you out there, you people. Val, what's going on? How are you? Good evening, good evening, good evening. Yep, I want to express to everyone out there to live, love, and laugh. Fellow YouTuber just passed on the other day. Somebody that I actually followed a lot, and sat on his stream, or at least his chat, quite a bit. And he was one of those people in my mind that provided a place for people to gather. And he will be very, very missed, in my opinion. And so I think I just want to express to everybody, live that life. Live your life like it could be your last day. Dangerous Freedom. Um, Ron passed on. Right on, 1A2A. I appreciate that, man. Actually, I think you were on probably his last stream before he died. So yeah, um, if I had something to smoke, I'd be smoking one right here with just in memory of him. There's a lot of people that I met through just being on his stream or being in the chat and stuff like that. So I give a lot of credit to him because there's a lot of people I wouldn't have met if it wasn't for him having a platform and making it available for having like a hangout for people. So yeah. So oh, dude, I broke down a couple of times today because I didn't really get the message about it until this morning. You people.
What's up, brother?
Oh man, just trying to live it, man. Live it. No one is guaranteed to wake up in the morning.
I hear you. That's the unfortunate reality that we live in.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this, man. Like I said, there's a 1A2A that's in the chat right now. As far as I know, he was on this. He was on his last stream, his last live stream. So I mean, Nikki is another. She's a wonderful girl, and I mean, I would have never met her if it wasn't for Ron and his live streams and stuff like that. It's just it's one of them things, man. And I wanna give tribute to the man, honestly. You know, he was a good guy. I didn't know him personally, other than through YouTube. So but I considered him a friend. You know what I mean? And the whole YouTube community, in my opinion, man, it's almost like a family in a way. And I kind of broke down today because it just reminded me how fragile life is. Again, it's like it's not the first time that I get reminded of this. People that I know um, passing on unexpectedly. You didn't see it coming. Um,
Right.
and because I mean, shit, I can walk across the street today or tomorrow and get hit by a car, and then it makes me wonder. It's like, you know, did I make a difference? Did I even? What kind of a legacy did I leave behind? And who would even care? you know, who would really care? Makes me wonder sometimes.
I think
And
we all wonder that every once in a while. I mean, hell, I was even wondering it when I was going to jump out. I said it myself. Am I making a change? Am I making a difference? And I wasn't saying that because of trolling. I wasn't saying that because of what my wife said. We are just, we are a community, but you and me, we're a single person. We can only get so much out, but we can have people in chat or email us and say, hey man, you opened up our eyes, blah blah blah, and that gives us a really good feeling, man, because it feels like we've done a change. You know what I'm saying? Like we help somebody like understand that they don't have to deal with this BS anymore. But sometimes it really gets to us, man. Like I don't think people really understand that a lot of us take this really seriously and really to heart. And even if we don't meet a person face to face, even if it's just here,
right.
you build a rapport with somebody, and it hurts when you lose them. You don't have to know them personally, man. You just got to get to know them. Period. So
And I think I actually, just I don't know. It's probably been, I don't know, a couple of years, maybe, probably longer. I don't know that I've been, basically, sitting in the chat, because for a long time, I mean, I've only been on one of his live streams on a panel because I just couldn't get this StreamYard crap to work. And then when I finally did, I was able to get on it. But I sat in the chat, for a long time, and I felt like I, really got to know him because he opened up, man.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
What's
I'm
up,
sorry.
1828?
I had to let that go. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
what's
and
up, FG?
I just, man, I respect him for actually, he came on every single night. It seemed like every single night he would come on, and it was like a place for people to gather, a place for people to go and hang out.
Didn't
And
matter if you didn't even agree with him on anything. He still would let you
exactly,
up on panel and say whatever you needed to. He
yeah,
was that guy. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And
Yeah, well, that's how I try to run mine. Unfortunately, I'm not going. I just don't have the time to go on every day. I mean,
no,
I think that's the same thing you run, Wingnut, man. You
yeah,
just you come live and it's like, let's just talk. You
yeah,
don't really have an agenda anytime. You just go live and you're like, fuck it, let's talk.
man, I'm gonna tell you something. When I did that, I did a short stream because this morning, when I finally got the messages, because I got some messages that were like 8 hours old, and I didn't even get any kind of notifications on it. And I was like, well, I was starting to look through all my stuff, seeing if I had anything, and sure enough, I had damn messages, and that's how I found out about it. So I went straight on just to do a short stream, just kind of like say my condolences and stuff like that, and I've been thinking about it all day. I've been thinking about it all day, and I was like, well, screw it, man. I'll just pop on. It's like, and even then, it's like, on how I do things anyway. It's just kind of like whenever, I don't have like a set time. It's just kind of whenever, and just to have the conversation, or just to sit here and listen to the radio and whatever, but now that I'm able to like do panels and all that stuff, man. I really love the conversations and stuff like that, and this is another. I want to actually continue, in a sense, what he did. You know what I mean. In a sense, remember him in that way. It's like, okay. I mean, I don't know if I can do it every night, but
Right.
have a place for people to come. You know what I mean, and where we can hang out and we can have a conversation, good times. You know, I mean, there
He
was a few
played the
times.
Cheers theme too. He played the
There,
Cheers theme in the
yeah,
beginning of every show,
yeah.
which was cool. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'll
Well,
tell
that
you,
shows
man.
that
There has
he,
definitely been a few times, man, where he got so pissed he just had to walk off. It
Yeah,
was
yeah,
funny.
yeah.
I mean,
I've been on streams for like probably, I don't know, like 6 months, like, and going on panel and stuff.
right.
And
good evening,
there's
Jeremy.
people that have known him since he started, like in the first, like, 2-3 years ago, and that.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like what's really weird and really fucked me up, dude, earlier was on
Yeah.
that stream I was talking about legacy,
Yeah.
and like on that stream I was talking about, like remembering people after they die and carry their legacy on, and it just it's like shock, you know what I mean? Like where you just like you're doing something and it's just like losing anybody. It just hits you randomly and you think about it and you're like, damn.
I mean,
And
even that stream, that last one he did, you can almost see it. He was quite pale. He looked like he was like, I mean, like
we all asked him how
run down. You know what I mean? He was even sitting different. Somebody even mentioned it too, and it was funny. It was right on the money. It's like, man, something must be up, man. You're wearing a long sleeve shirt. You're not wearing a tank top. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's like that's just not you, man. What's going on, man? You know what I mean? You're not like sitting up. You're like sitting different. And all that stuff. It's like something's off, man. What's going on?
Right.
And
he played it off, said it was his back, and and nobody knows why, and that's not for us to speak on. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I don't know the details. I know, was it Independent United? She's talking.
Independent Mini
She's
United.
yeah. She's talked to his parents and stuff like that, so she knows a little bit. And and I don't know.
I think it's something we didn't know about.
Yeah.
But that I don't want to speak on it.
Yeah. Well, see, I don't know the exact details.
Right.
But I just, it bothered me, all day. I mean, honestly, all day it bothered me. I was like, I kind of, like I said, I kind of want to, honor him in some way. You know what I mean? I wanted to honor him in some way.
Hey, Anarchy, is that a bad one? The Winifred, is that a link?
I don't know. That's a new comment type. I don't know.
I don't have a wrench, so plus I don't know this person.
Yeah, I don't either. So I'm gonna. Hold on.
Shit. I saw one of those earlier from a Russian name.
Yeah.
Live stream. Yeah.
But I've never seen it like that before. That's why I asked. Is that a link, or is that just somebody your dreams online or something? You know what I'm saying?
If they posted it, as a mod, it'd probably show up as a link. But
no, they're not
in the chat as a link. Yeah, it doesn't show up in the chat as a link.
Gotcha.
They're dumb bots. They're not quite advanced yet.
Yeah.
Still trying to post links.
Right.
Oh, that's another thing, man. There's a Bug Out Bushido. It's another one that I met, or at least I've been introduced to is through Ron's chat, and Jeremy Jester. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I really appreciate you doing that stream last night, also. And that's the thing. It just makes me kind of like, well, shit, you know, one of the things that Ron did was like he provided that space, and I was like, well, shit, you know, I think you know, when I do my little panels and stuff, I can actually honor him in that way. You know what I mean? I can continue that legacy. You know what I mean? You
Right.
know, keep that open communications out. You know what I mean? Where people can connect, and and I think that's the important part. I think that's really in my mind. That's his legacy. He connected a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just by doing what he was doing, just by being himself, doing his thing.
So I
Right.
met so many people through him. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you know what I liked about him? Even if he didn't like you, he still acknowledged you in chat.
yeah,
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like he may not have liked your opinion, but at least he acknowledged it. You know what I'm saying? Like
Exactly.
he didn't care whether you liked him or not. And I'm kind of the same way. You can like me or not. You want to come in, you're more than welcome to come into my lives. I'll let you up. You know, I don't give a fuck. You know, but if you know, you got to be really careful with like porn bombs and shit with people that
Yeah.
don't like you though. But
I hear you.
if you know that the person doesn't like you, that's why you always put up the blinder and say, all right, we can talk
Right.
now, have fun. You know, like I'll stick myself on solo mode the entire time I'm talking to the person until I kick them off. So, or they jump off. So I don't know. But that's what I liked about him, man. He didn't care, bro. Like, even if he knew you didn't like him, he still acknowledged you in his chat and stuff. So
Yeah,
he's a good guy, bro. He really
Yeah.
was. One of the good ones out here.
yeah. I mean, and we all have our own, you know, faults or you know whatever and stuff that we've been through in our lives. We've all got that. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you know, you know, he's had a rough life like a lot of us have. You know what I mean? But like I said, just him doing his little thing, and I'm not sure what drove him to start doing streams in the first place. I have no idea what actually, you know, drove him to do it in the first to begin with. But
Well, what got
what it,
you into it?
well, you know, because I you know, I kind of go around a lot of different streams. All right, I go to a lot of people's live streams and stuff. Even if I'm not putting a comment into the chat, I might be there lurking, I guess you would call it. You know, watching and listening and stuff. I do that to a lot of them. I'm all over the place.
Right.
And well, for one, the main reason why I've been trying to get the live streaming back up again is mainly just so I can actually do my radio stuff. That's the main reason why I wanted to get it up again, because before YouTube changed all that thing when it comes down to mobile devices, where you couldn't live stream unless you had like 1,000 subscribers or something. I was way far away. I was like 200 subscribers at that time. I was like, okay, shit, I got to find another way to do this, you know. Because I mean, you know, just live streaming on my radio, and but I also love the panels. I love the conversations. I mean, there are times, man, I've been on some, man, where it just ends up being nothing but arguments and stuff like that.
Right.
But still, you know what I mean. It's just, I want to be able to connect with people. All right, I want to be able to talk with people and find out what makes them tick. You know what I
Right.
mean? What's going on? You know, and it's like, okay, you know, what's going on in your neighborhood? And me, hell, I'm not going to be just limited to America. I'm fucking international, man. I'm going all over the world talking to people.
Right.
And I do that on the radio anyway. So I'm just like, well, that's what I want to continue. That kind of stuff is continue the conversation, but using this type of medium instead of just the radio.
Right.
And because, like, for instance, me personally, I don't trust what the mainstream news tells me. I'd rather have somebody that lives in that neighborhood or in that town to tell me what's going on in that town. You know what I mean? Instead of
Right.
having the news tell me. You know what I mean? And like, for instance, if there's something going on in Europe or in the UK, I want to talk to somebody that lives in the UK. They'll have a better idea what's going on than the fucking mainstream news would, you know,
Right.
if they even show anything. And then same thing with here in America. I mean, you know, like, I don't know.
No, I got you.
Oh shit! That's my happy little life. That's Nikki.
Yeah.
I know who that is. Shit. What's that dude?
said
Your
hi, I
channel
don't
is the
know if she
same
heard.
thing.
Yeah.
Hey, your channel's the same thing. Like you're saying, you want to carry it on. I see so many different communities clashing in your chat right now. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? Like, yeah.
Yes.
So that's
I know.
you're
That's the
doing it,
thing.
man. You're
That's what I'm
doing it.
loving it too, man.
Yeah,
Because I
you're
mean,
doing
you know, like like I said, I'm seeing people that you know that I used to see all the time in Ron's chat or some all on his panel or whatever. I'm seeing that gradually coming over here and stuff, which is good. And I mean, people from across the pond, they end up coming in and stuff like that. And but like I said, I just kind of want to, it's gonna make me it's hardened me when it comes down to it. I'm more dedicated on okay, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to keep on doing this. You know what I mean? This
Right.
actually makes me even more in a sense dedicated to it. You know what I mean? I will spend as much time as I can on this stuff to kind of help everybody out, help them, connect with people, you know what I mean? Because like for instance, just like if somebody happens to live near me or something like that, it would be really cool, meet up with some people,
Right.
and there's a lot of people that I have met through YouTube that, we're not that far away, and I'm just like, well, shit,
Bro, you're like 300 miles from me, I think.
yeah, probably,
It's pretty fucking far, but
yeah,
you're in the panhandle, so
300 miles ain't nothing.
no, it really
I
ain't.
drive 300 miles just in one way.
It really ain't that. It really ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
I'm just saying if people, are talking about meeting each other, some people are like, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't gonna.
Yeah.
Oh no, I hear you. Yeah, but it's also
Yeah.
scheduling as well. You know what I'm saying? Like some
Of
people,
course.
it's financial or scheduling. Or
Work. People
Yeah.
got jobs a lot. People got shit to do.
yeah,
yeah. Yeah, and that's like even do stuff that Nicky was saying. It's like, I miss the beginning days when we were just just got foolish and dirty and at the wee hours of the mornings and stuff. You know what I mean?
yeah. But you
And
can't do that no
and
more
I can do
because
this now.
you get fucking harassed for it. Oh, you
Yeah.
said this about a girl. You must be sexist or this or that. And it's like
Yeah.
you can't have fun with people anymore. It's not the 80s anymore.
Yeah, I know, but
If you notice, there is no movies like Caddyshack anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
there's no movies like Caddyshack anymore, bro. There's no comedians like those comedians anymore either.
Right.
Because they're so afraid of saying something that's going to trigger someone.
I thought comedy, and what I miss about real comedy is there was no holds on anything. You said whatever the hell you wanted to say.
Yeah.
It was like a free
Yeah,
speech.
Nikki, that's
That was
good.
like comedy was like free speech. You know what I mean? Like, and that people, we don't have that anymore. That's why people freaked out about Dave Chappelle.
Well, and that's why I love George Carlin. George Carlin wasn't even a comedian. George Carlin wasn't even a comedian. He was just a funny activist. He told it how it was, how he thought, and people thought it was funny and thought it was a skit. And no, that's the way the guy thought.
No, he had those conversations that he did on stage with people a million times.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that was just who he was.
I heard a comedian say this one time. He's like, just to explain comedy, it's the truth, just said faster. That's all.
Right.
That's all comedy is. Just the truth, just said a little faster. And people, and it's humorous, and people, I mean, I can sit here and talk about like I got a big ass bump on my ass, and I can make a whole damn comedy step about it. I'm telling you the truth or something, as far as
Right.
But it's funny as hell, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's the thing, and
to be a
I'm gonna
comedian,
continue.
to be a comedian, you have to be free like that, though, man. You can't be afraid of offending somebody.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because then.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that, man. I'm going to tell you something, UT people. I'm going to tell you something, man. I'm going to ride YouTube until the wheels fall off.
Right.
Right? That's what I'm doing. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to be forced off to some other damn platform, and because I'm scared they're going to kick me out. Fuck that
Do
shit.
you know how much shit? Do you know how much shit I get for my name? Just my name. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I
What
and
do
I
you
chose-
mean?
I do get I
Well,
do
what do you
understand. Do you understand how much flack I get from just having the word anarchy in my name?
You know,
Yeah.
I would figure I'd get more flack because mine's like less PC than yours. You know, like I can understand you getting flack, but like I seriously get a shit ton of flack, and it's like when I explain that it actually means nothing,
Right.
people look at me stupid.
See, but my name, nobody says shit about my name.
No,
And I don't know why, like, because there's
That's
plenty
a
of people.
I'll say
hate it.
something. It's a dumbass name there, man. No, I'm just fucking with you.
no, it's not that.
Okay,
It's-
wingnut.
You didn't. It's not a shock value name. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
you're basically putting your name as what you do. So that's 1A, 2A. You know, so people don't. You basically created a name that nobody could really bust your balls on unless like you don't support 1A, 2A. Then
Right.
they'd probably bust your balls.
Yeah,
But-
if it was a troll, like a troll, then yeah.
Yeah. So
But no, but the thing is, though, I actually I've had people okay. I've had people outside of certain communities that don't know what it means, be like, what the fuck does that mean? That's dumb as shit, so.
well,
But-
then you explain it to them and they go, "Oh." Right?
Yeah.
I don't waste the time explaining it to anybody.
Oh.
Even, you know what I'm saying? If you're gonna attack me and just like be a dick,
Right.
I'm not gonna explain it to you. I'm not
Yeah.
even gonna waste my breath. Like, why would I?
Well, see, that's where I have my fun, because when people like come out straight out as a dick, that's when my sarcasm comes out into play, and I like fucking with people that like to be dicks to me. And
I like fucking with people too.
there's a guy on YouTube. His name is Just a Guy Having Fun,
Just
and he came up with a slogan, and it's rule number 1: don't be a dick. Rule number 2: if you're gonna be a dick, commit. And I was like, man, you're a brother from another fucking mother, man. Like you know, like that. I've always had like that mentality. Like, I don't want to be a dick, but if you're gonna be a dick, I can commit to being a dick.
I'm perfectly capable of being a dick too. I'm gonna tell
if
you
you
straight
want
up.
to be, If you want me
Dude,
to be an
it's even
asshole,
worse if
gonna
I'm
be an
sober.
asshole.
It's even
Right.
worse if I'm sober. Oh man, I can be a dick even faster. That's the thing.
Oh yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
My trigger happens faster when I'm sober than when
Oh
I'm
yeah,
stoned.
because I got sharper edges, man. I got a hell of a, it's like a damn knife, man. I got sharp edges when I'm sober. I mean, if I got a little buzz on me, a little smoke a little, those edges get a little bit softer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like
I'll say some wild shit.
survival living. Yay,
I'll
good to
fuck
see
your
you.
head up.
Good to see you, brother. And that's another one right there that lives right in my area. And I didn't know him until YouTube. So that's pretty cool. He's not that far away from me. He's like in the area. You know what I mean? Within 100
amazing.
miles of me.
It's
Yeah.
amazing how many people you can run off you meet off of YouTube in your local area, and the difference in all of the channels.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I pay a lot of attention to these channels. I do, but I also like branch off. Like people that work on cars, or you know, if they work with paracord, something like that. I mean, I've got all types of interests, and to meet people face to face and learn off of somebody and learn their knowledge is just awesome.
You people, I'm serious. If you ever go to my channel and look through my subscription list, you'll sit there for like 2 hours flipping through it, trying to get through them all. Because I mean, seriously, the list is that freaking long. I'm subscribed to like, I don't know, probably, 200 or 300 people, man. I mean, and I don't watch TV anymore. I watch YouTube. You know what I mean? That's what I do. I mean, everything from like you were saying, working on cars. Hell, I work on my own vehicles, and there's sometimes I'm, it's like, oh, I gotta, look at this I gotta look at, okay, how do I get this starter out? And, oh, maybe there's somebody that did a video on it. And sure enough, I'll go in there and look. You know what I mean? Whatever.
My wife just walked in. She goes, I don't know if you're up for a cop watch, but there's like 10 cops up the street right now.
Right. Do it, bro. Do it, bro.
My
Oh,
phone
God.
doesn't connect to StreamYard, so I wouldn't be able to go come
Oh,
on.
yeah. Right on.
I mean, I might go check it out. I'm thinking about jumping off and going and
Hey,
checking
hey,
it out.
dude,
do what you want to
that'd
do,
be
man.
dope.
Like I said, I mean, I'll keep it going. I'll be on for a while.
Oh, I know you will. I'm not
Yeah,
worried.
I'll be on for a while. You know what I mean? Because I've got actually a full account. You know, so I've got almost the full 20 hours that I can do right here if I want to, right now if I want to.
Well,
You know what I mean?
my paid subscription went through again. It's on auto pay or something, so I've got unlimited hours and everything on mine. So
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Well, see, I've been I've made a bunch of accounts just so I can keep the free stuff going, you know,
Right.
and it's like after you know I got a list of them. It's like I don't know about 10 of them, and then when I get down to the 10th one, that first one is starting over again. So I'll go back to the first. You know, it's like kind of like just do a big loop, and
Right.
cycle through them. You know what I
Well,
mean?
that's
and
what I
just
was
like-
doing, but I wanted backgrounds and overlays.
I'm gonna, eventually I might want to do that, when I can afford it. But hell, I can't. I can barely keep food in the fridge right at this moment. So I'm not worried about YouTube doing that kind of shit, and all, or StreamYard or any of that shit.
No, I hear you. I didn't even want to do this month. I didn't realize it was on auto pay. I went to go look and see when it ended, and it had already paid on the 30th. So I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
So I mean, the overlays and the overlays and everything are nice, but I figured out that you could just make yourself the solo layout when you bring people up. You don't need overlays. You know what I'm saying? So you could just make yourself solo. And if you're worried about getting porn bombed, you could bring them up and see if it's actually the person or not. And if they don't answer you, you can kick them off and you don't have to worry about being porn bombed. So,
Yeah.
I mean, the extra money, the money's pretty much just for overlays, backgrounds, and I think there's one other thing that's paid with. Oh, you get 10 people. You get 10 people and unlimited hours.
Right.
But you can get unlimited hours just by switching your freaking email all the time.
Yep.
Yep. So
that's what I've been doing. You know what I mean? And I can, and anyway, I've also noticed, like, if you get more than 6 people on a panel, it's kind of hard to keep everybody where they don't talk over each other.
Oh, dude, it's chaos.
I mean, unless everybody is actually, respectful of everybody else so they can hear everybody else. I mean, but you don't always get that. So if you get more than 6, man, it can get kind of a hectic type of scenario. And I want to continue doing all that stuff, man. I want to basically continue Ron's legacy in a sense. I want to continue that on and give a place for people to hang out where we can talk, where we can do our little networking in a sense, meeting people, and all that stuff. I'm not too worried about porn bombing, but I will say this: if I do get porn bombed, I hope it's some big old titties. You know what I mean? Because I sure don't want no little scrawny ass wiener doing it. I want big old titty. Make it worth it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you don't want your channel taken down either. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the main thing, is people do it to get your channel taken down.
Yeah. Well, no. See, that's the thing. It's like, if that's another thing too, man. I don't know exactly what's driving these people to try and take people's channel down. I don't know what's driving these people, The
TV just unpaused by itself. I don't know if it does that by itself. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Anyway.
Okay,
yeah.
some creepy shit's going on. So I've got Dish, right? And you can pause live TV. And
Yeah.
I had it paused and it unpaused itself. I paused it again. It just did it again. It just unpaused itself again.
That's weird. I guess our orbs are having fun with us tonight.
Huh.
I fucking
Damn. Well,
I just want out of this.
Now, what if it's somebody that's like nearby? It's got a damn TV remote on the same frequency.
The remotes are all on different frequencies.
Huh. I don't know. That's weird. Yeah.
You can find that that video of your soda being all weird.
Oh yeah, I had opened up a fresh soda, right? And I stuck it down on the table, and I'm sitting there and I'm watching it, and you can see the soda like rise up out of the soda and like fill the top of the can, and then it goes back in, and then it comes back out, and it goes like the can was fucking like somebody was squeezing the can, but nobody was squeezing the can. It was a really weird thing. My wife's got it on Facebook. As soon as I find
it was breathing. That's what it was doing. It was breathing.
That's what I'm saying. Like it looked like it was fucking breathing. I'm like, so I grabbed a glass and I poured it into the glass to make sure that there was nothing in it. Cause you can, you always hear about shit like getting like put in cans and shit while it's getting packaged. So I poured it in there. There was nothing in the can.
Have
Nothing.
you checked the night camera lately for orbs?
I don't want to look at it anymore.
I do.
Hey, I've actually, I've actually caught orbs on film. My cousin has done it also. See the property we have here. She went. One of my cousins, man, she went down to the pond we have. Right, my uncle's got a pond on the property out here. And at night, she it was like just at dark, and she went down to the edge of the pond, and she was just like taking some pictures, like looking across the pond. All right, with the naked eye, you couldn't see any of this stuff, but on the photograph, you see these fucking things that I would say I would call them orbs. You know what I mean? They're all on the photograph, though. You know what I mean? It's like, but you didn't see none of that with your naked eye. And it was just weird. But so I mean, I don't know what it is. Maybe in a reality, it could be like we're just actually catching, that spirits, or who knows, man. For all I know, it's fucking people from the future that are coming down here, and they're just actually in some kind of cloaking device, and they're all watching us for. I don't fucking know. You know what I mean? I'm just
right.
I don't know. Who knows, man.
I don't think me and you have talked about that, about my theories on ghosts and whatnot.
No, go ahead. No, what do you think? What, like spirits and ghosts and stuff like that? Because put it this way.
Here, I'll take you to the bedroom.
It's okay.
I know there has been studies when it comes down to like at the time of death, the body will actually lose like a pound in weight. As if like when the soul actually leaves the body, that it actually has a weight to it. You know what I mean?
Like it was only a few ounces though, not a pound.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's only a few ounces, but it has been documented multiple times that your body loses a few ounces of weight when you die, and they can't explain why.
Yeah. Well, then whatever it is, that energy, that spark that basically keeps us going, it actually has a weight to it. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I find it interesting too, because that spark is in all of us. We all have that spark.
Right.
I mean, and the theory of Gaia, where the earth is basically the mother Gaia, and the sparks come from Gaia. And then when you die, that spark goes back to Gaia.
Yeah, that's paganism.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the belief in nature. It's the belief that that we were born from the earth. It's not really a creator, because your creator was Earth. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, there's gonna be people out there that go, no, it's God. There's got to be a higher power. Something created us. But I always pose the question: why does something have to create us? Why couldn't it have just happened?
You people, okay, check this out. All right, I'll give you my idea of what the creator is. All right, if I, lack of better words, God or whatever. All right, all right, like in a marriage between a man and a woman. All right, if the man and the woman basically are very compatible, they end up becoming one person. Right, it's almost like they end up. Well, the way I see it, the creator is that it's actually Mother Nature and Father Time, and they are married and they become one. That is the creator. That's how I perceive it in my own way. All right, and so Mother Nature and Father Time. This is a constant. This is a constant. This is what it is, and that energy, that spark, that actually that the creator spark that lives in that space in between. Like, for instance, when you got an atom, all right, and you got another atom sit next to it, that space in between them two, you know what I'm saying? No matter
Right.
how close they are,
Sorry, Tina.
that space in between, that's where that spark lives.
She
And
can
that's
feel
in
it.
everything. It's like, it's almost kind of like, if I quote like the Star Wars, it's like the Force. It's
Right.
in us and it goes through us. It penetrates. It's in everything. That's where it lives, in that space in between,
Right.
and it's everywhere.
I like this philosophy.
Oh, I got you, man. Basically, you're pretty much reciting Druid paganism.
I know. Because Druid, actually, honestly, the Druids, man, it's one of the oldest religions or ways of thought or whatever you want to call it. And I like looking at stuff that is very old.
Right. Yeah, and it's pure.
Yeah.
You know, it's not that they made that, like, Mother Earth is Mother Earth. You know, it's not a being, you know,
Right.
and it's right. She gives us life. She does.
Yep.
She gives us food, she gives us water, she gives us shelter. She takes care of us. She's a provider, and you're absolutely right. Father Time, because he's always there and he's always watching you,
Right.
you know.
And
That's how I see it in my own mind. And a lot of people try to, ask me like, what do I think God is and all that stuff. A lot of people don't want to hear my version or my ideas of it. And I don't try and push it on people either. You know what I mean? So it's my own, it's how I see it from my own way. And this is what the truth that's been revealed to me as the truth. So that's how I see it.
Well, and I grew up Roman Catholic, and
Right.
I went to Catholic school or, Sunday school and church every Sunday for at least until I was like 12 or 13, because I was forced to. And then it was like, I just stopped going because I didn't believe in half the hypocrisy that I saw in the religion. And I started doing my own research, and I researched many different religions, and that's how I pretty much just fell upon Druid paganism myself.
Mm-hmm.
And paganism has a bad rep, thanks to the Christian community trying to make
Yep.
it evil and whatnot
Yep.
and so forth. But and there are different branches of paganism. Yes, there are people and they're called Wiccan, and they believe that they can use their inner, like you were saying, Star Wars, the Force, like they can
Mhm.
use their inner power to change things around them.
Yeah. In the physical realm. Yeah.
Right.
Austrians.
And we as people call that magic, and of course that scares people because magic is scary. So I don't, it's in what you want to believe. Like I don't put down anybody's religion. If you want to believe in God and Jesus and the Bible, more power to you. And I'll have a conversation with you, just as long as you're not putting down my religion. I won't put down yours, but best believe if you want to question me on mine, I know probably a lot more about your religion than you know about mine, because people rarely ever look into paganism.
Oh yeah.
My biggest question for Christians is, if Adam and Eve were the first two people, where did the land of Nod come from for them to get wives for Cain and Abel?
Because they had a sister, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, they don't mention a lot of women in the Bible. It's like a second afterthought
Well,
that they did.
No, but
It was written by men for men.
No,
about
they
men.
had a brother.
right. What was that one that you could sell your wife or something like that?
No, Betty
Okay.
Bowers.
No. So in the Bible, depending on which book you're reading in the Old Testament, traditional marriage is between a man and his sister. There's one version where it's a man, his sister, and the help. And then there's another version where it's the man, the sister, and like raped prostitutes, essentially.
All right. Well, see, the way I understand for instance, the Old Testament, the way I perceive it when I read it, it actually, I look at it as like basically the history of the Jews, and then Jesus came into play, and that's where the New Testament starts up.
Right.
All right. That's how I perceive it when I read the book. All right.
Well, and my thing is how can you really trust people that are telling you something when the person originated in a place where they would not have been white at all?
Well, not only that, man, the people that wrote the book did not live back in the days of the times where they were writing about.
Well,
You know what I mean?
no. And that's what I'm saying. Like the book is written by man. And I you know, it's I'm not saying it's a bad book. What I'm saying is it's fallible because it's written by man.
Right.
Well, not only that, it's been changed. Like, for instance, I've got a Bible sitting here, but it's the King James version.
Hey,
Well, the
that's
reason
my
why
favorite version.
they call it the King James version is because King James has authorized that writing, or the authors to write it.
Yeah.
Right. And it's also been edited by a couple of popes.
Yeah,
Right.
but it's also like the grim fairy tales of the fucking Bible series too. Like you have Little Red Riding Hood, the G version, and then you have Little Red Riding Hood, the grim fairy tales version, and that's what the King James is. They're Grimm's fairy tales compared to the New Testament.
Right.
And if they're
Yeah.
and if they're calling themselves Christians, why are they following the Old Testament, not the New Testament?
Well, that's a good question because, like I said, the way I see it, when I read it,
Later,
it's
Daniel.
just really the history of the Jews is the Old Testament.
Right?
You know what I
The
That's
mean?
a rattle trap.
the first 5 books of the Christian Bible is the Jewish Torah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I you know, I like a lot of hardcore Christians that grew up with it from birth and blah 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 don't even realize that Christianity is basically built up on a bunch of different religions. They just stole different stuff, changed it a little bit, and made it theirs.
Well, also, if you look at history, like the Jews, the Muslim, and the Christian, it all came from the same basic geographic location. It's like they were neighbors. You know, they were in the same neighborhood at one time, and they were like, "Oh, wait a minute, my God is better than yours," and that's where it kind of all split apart. You know,
We got a
they all came from the same geographic location. And if you think about it, I mean, you know, Jesus, if he was lived in Egypt, or in Africa, you know,
Right.
I mean, you think about it, they're not white people.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like I could believe that, you know, God or Jesus is more black than white because of the region that he came from.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's going to be darker skinned than what everybody makes him out to be.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, and it's like, I just don't get it. Why are you going to try and fit the deity to the narrative? That's like saying God is Santa Claus.
Oh God. Yeah. I hear you.
No. That's like saying God is Santa Claus because
Yeah,
you go
no.
anywhere and you know you can go to China and there's a Chinese Santa Claus.
Yeah.
He's not American. He's not the way that we think that he looks. Look up pictures of different national Santa Clauses. This motherfucker changes costumes more than I know. Hell, this guy is like the ultimate performer.
Well, I mean, like even Santa Claus, I think that what is that? That originates from like Chechnya or something like that. I don't know, man. I can't remember right offhand, but it was like old Saint Nick. You know, it was like the where it all originated from. That story, anyway. I
Right.
can't remember if it's like Chechnya or Yugoslavia or something like that. It's some country like that where it all originated. I can't remember right offhand.
Well, Christmas in the sense that it is now in the Christian belief is basically based off of the pagan belief of Yule. And the pagan belief of Yule was, you know, it's wintertime, you know, so there's not growing anything. You're not growing anything. So what you did is in the spring, you planted everything. Summer, you harvested or everything grew in October, November, you harvested everything and you pretty much partied until next spring. And Yule was wasn't really Christmas. It's pretty much our New Year. And what you would do is you would go out, cut down a really big tree and let that fucking log burn for 7 days.
Right.
And it was, you know, it was pretty much a celebration of family and everything. And then the Christians took that belief to bring in the pagans, and they took the Yule log, made it a Christmas tree. And back in the day, people used to stick candles on their tree, and not a lot of people know this anymore, but yes, they literally used to stick live candles on their trees. So
big and sweet.
and that was to represent the Yule log for the pagans switching over into the Christian religion.
And then if you actually paid attention to the Bible, Jesus was born in the tax season, which would be anywhere from late March to late June.
Oh, I know. Yeah. We're celebrating basically his birthday in totally the wrong month, the totally wrong day. It's all been switched around.
Yeah.
But that was because the Christians needed a way to convert the pagans.
Right.
And that was the easiest way to do it.
I mean, because even at the time they were living, he was alive during the time of Caesar. All right. And because, I mean, even in the Bible, he was talking about, like, for instance, what was it? They, what was it? They were, I can't remember what verse it is right offhand, where he was, where a lot of people want to say that the Bible even says that you must pay taxes. And if you read the passage, it's not what Jesus was talking about, that you should pay taxes. He was basically saying to a guy, he's like, okay, why should we pay Caesar this tax? And Jesus said, well, let me see that coin. And he said, all right, look at this coin. It's got the image and the picture of Caesar on it, right? Well, then you render Caesar what is Caesar's, because that coin, the money, is Caesar's. You render what is to God what is God's. All right. And you know, a lot of people want to make that out to be, well, then that's Jesus saying that you must pay taxes. No, it's just that he was saying that the money that was being used was Caesar's property. So give it back to him. It's his. It's his. Just stop using it, basically. You know what I mean? That's how I see it. It's like, he's like, just, well, then stop using it. It's his. Give it up. You know, render it back to Caesar. That's his. It's his money. It's got his image on it.
Under Caesar would refer to taxes, or at least the tithing of the herd animals.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
I was educating Gary's mom on the tree practice and Yule history. She got pissed at me and didn't believe me. She thinks I'm blasphemous because I have a naked mood goddess tattoo. That is awesome.
How would they put it?
Oh, Nikki, where is that tattoo at?
I can get one. I've got a fresh leg here that hasn't been touched yet.
Covered in tattoos. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
that's true.
Oh man, I actually, man, I used to have tattoo equipment, man. I ended up selling it off, but all the stuff that's on my legs, on my right above my knees, I did all that myself. The stuff that I did on my forearms and stuff, I did myself. And almost everything except for two pieces that I have, it's my artwork.
Right.
And there's only two pieces that I've got that are somebody else's artwork that I got tatted on me. And I kind of wish I had more. I want to get more. I just don't have money to get more, for one. And then I'd like to actually, I would love to get back into it, man. Because actually one time, man, I was really trying to start up doing tattooing at one time. And all I did was just like do it for friends and stuff. At one time I was thinking about buying an old ambulance and retrofitting it so I can do tattoos and piercings out of the back of the ambulance. And I would just go to concerts and shows or festivals and just sit in the parking lot, do tattoos and piercings. And then that was my plan at one time. Because an old ambulance for a majority of its life is a sterile environment, and it's got all this room inside, so it'd be perfect to do that, you know.
Right, I hear you. I mean, that's awesome. I feel you though with the whole artwork. Pretty much everything
Awesome
on me is pretty much mine except 3 pieces. I have one piece that was a Smurf, but I changed it. Like I picked out the Smurf, so I didn't draw the Smurf, but I had them change the Smurf to a stone Smurf smoking a joint. And then I was leaving New Jersey, and one of the best tattoo artists I've ever had in my entire life. If you guys live in New Jersey, go to Megan at Eternal Etchings in Villas, New Jersey. She is the best fucking tattoo artist I have ever had. I had a whole back piece done by her and I barely felt it. So
Think she'd still be doing
I
it?
mean the back piece is a pretty painful piece if anybody knows, especially on the spine. And
Difficult for me.
I'm telling you what, I barely felt a damn thing. She was the best tattoo artist I ever had. And what I told her to do is I wanted something freehand from her. So she's like, well, what do you want? I was like, well, I want a dragon or something. So she pulled out her sketchbook and had like this, like, it was just a line with like a face on it. And she's like, all right, I'm going to take this and I'm going to make something out of it. Cool. And it actually turned out really cool, man. So
I kind of like freehand work, man. I really do.
Not your back.
no.
I can, me personally, when it comes down to freehand stuff, I'm pretty
one on my
decent at
leg.
like, I'm pretty decent at like tribal type stuff. I'm pretty good at that when it comes down to freehand. I really got into a lot of geometric type shapes and stuff at one time, man. Actually, I drew this up. It's like a star type geometric form that I got. Actually got it tatted on my back, and I started getting into all that stuff because I was getting into like sacred geometry and numerology and all this other stuff. I was trying to combine all that stuff into artwork and have it make sense to me.
You got another one of those.
I got it. I got him.
Gotcha.
I got him. What do I do, man? I attack them full on, man. I time them out. I report them and delete them. I go full on attack on those suckers, man.
Salute.
I do that to even other people's chats. If I'm a mod, boy, I go. That's all. The only thing I ever totally like, go full on. I don't ban anybody. I don't time anybody out. But those bots, I go full on.
Yeah, I pretty much let the host or whatever, or somebody that knows the host better than me, time out people. I pretty much go after those links and I post links if I'm a mod in somebody's channel.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't really do a lot. I mean, I've only timed a couple people out in a stream that I was a mod on, or I've been given a wrench to, but and that was only because the person that was doing the comment was really just trying to incite a fight to whoever was on the panel, and I was like, dude, we don't need any of that shit going on, because as soon as somebody was to read that was in the panel, they would have gotten hurt. Next thing you know, there would have been an argument, and I was like, we don't need this shit. I'll just time them out. You know what I mean? But but when it comes down to the bots, I go full on them. I don't really care. You know what I mean? Even if I see it in somebody else's stream and I'm a mod, I'll go on them. I think I don't, and it's interesting. Just in the 57 minutes I've been up, that's twice now. That's the second one so far, which is crazy. And I've been seeing that more and more in the past couple of months. And a lot of people's streams, they keep on popping up. It's like once an hour or more.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot too. I think people are. I don't know how they're doing it. I really don't. Other than like
they're AI bots. That's all they are. That's all. They're not actual people. They're just AI bots.
What I mean is like I don't like. How do you get the bots to go into like? Are they like purposely like choosing your channel, or is it like a random selection thing and they send a bot in there, or what?
It depends on who did the program, who programmed it in the first place. Because I mean, I used to know a guy that did that was really good at coding, and he made bots, and he put them on Twitter, just to kind of like basically chat with people. Like for instance, these things would make comments on people's videos or whatever on Twitter or whatever it is,
right?
And people actually thought these were real people, but no, they were full on AI, nothing but. And but it was all made. He even showed how he made it, and he actually I don't know if he still has his YouTube channel or up or not. But he would actually show on his YouTube channel how he was making it, how they were acting, and how he would program them to do this and that. He made this one that what was it? He modeled them after different gods, you know, and gave them the same kind of traits as different, like, you know, gods like Zeus and stuff like that, and whatever. But I can't remember. There's this one. It was a Hindu god that.
Shiva?
Huh?
Shiva?
Yeah, it might have been. It might have been Shiva. I don't know, but because I mean I know Shiva because actually I've got a statue of Shiva.
And
Oh,
the
is there?
different faces of the one god,
Oh,
apparently.
gotcha.
Yeah, I've got a statue of Shiva actually. Now I think about it.
Shiva's a bad bitch. I'd
The
love
god
to.
of the god of war and dance. Yep.
I'd be afraid to get in bed with her.
She's a
Well,
big-
I mean, shoot. What, she's got like 4 arms or something like that, 6 arms or something like that, you know.
It's the forearms and the crazy attitude, which means that she's really good in bed.
Yeah. You know. Yep.
The crazy ones are. They're always really good in bed.
Oh yeah. Oh, dude, that is for real. But I'll tell you this now.
That's why I married my wife.
Hey.
Because she understands crazy.
I think all women are crazy though, man.
Oh, define saint.
Define crazy.
Well, I'll tell you this. Well, okay, put it this way. I'm the most normal person I know. Everybody else is fucking crazy, man. You know.
That's funny because I say that too. My wife's like, you are not fucking normal. Listen. She goes, for a person that would take tomato juice and pour it down an aisle of the shopping center into a bathroom and then shut the door, that is not normal.
Mm.
What do you
Good
mean?
to see everybody in the chat.
everybody
LJ, fucking NC girl. Good to see you too, girl.
But it's not working.
But I
Oh,
can't do it.
Is this your pocket knife that's out?
yes, it's mine.
Okay.
I'm using it to cut my filters. I'm sorry, Anarchy. What did you say?
No, I was sitting there reading the chat. I was just saying hello to people in the chat. That's all.
Oh, gotcha. I thought I missed it.
Yeah, a couple of like NC girl just popped in. LJ popped in. So it's like
Oh.
saying hello.
Hey, MC girl. LJ Gibb.
Yeah.
LJ Gibb.
West Side Accountability. West Side Accountability.
Hey, West Side. What's going on?
West Side.
West Side. So I want to know how we got from. I was supposed to explain a half hour ago what my opinion was on the whole ghost.
On the ghosts?
to
Yeah, I don't know
religion.
either, but well, we started on orbs. All right, but yeah, go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say about ghosts, for instance. I'm curious.
All right, so I have a couple different ideas on it as far as like what you were saying with the whole life energy. You know, I believe that everything we do leaves an imprint everywhere we are. You know what I'm saying? And depending on how dramatic or whatever that imprint was, you know, is whether or not it repeats later on. So you have two different types, right? You have an intelligent spirit which can communicate with you. You can ask it to like pick up a fucking knife and throw it and it'll do it. And then you have the unintelligent where like you can see the ghost, but you can't interact with it. It's just like on a loop.
Right.
And I feel like that one is like the energy, like whatever bad happened or, you know, or like there's just really strong energy with that you just left there. It leaves an imprint. That's one theory. You know what I'm saying? And it keeps playing. It's like,
no, I understand.
So,
go ahead.
So everything runs off of waves, right? Like your mailbox is actually a set of waves. It's created by waves. It's just solid. It creates a form. Everything is, you know, based off of waves. It's based off of energy. You cannot create energy. You can only change it. Right? So, you know, as well as, you know, you can leave parts of energy in certain places and it pretty much copies itself. But my other theory on it is, along with the intelligent ghosts. So who's to say that the intelligent ghost is like a demon or something, right? So you've got your drawers opening up, and you've got glasses flying off the fucking tables, whatnot, so forth.
Poltergeist.
Who's to say that that's not happening in a different time? So like, say you know, you're standing there, you're watching your stuff, it's 2021, but in like 1968 the house was built, it was the same way. Somebody got pissed and trashed their kitchen,
Right.
which left energy,
Mhm.
which would in turn like go forward in time. You know what I'm saying? Because there's theories on like time veils or time coming into each other and having contact with each other. So when you see a ghost and it's like somebody old, who's to say that they didn't see you at that point in time? You see what
Right.
I'm saying? Who's to say that they didn't think that you were a ghost? Maybe you both were seeing each other at the same time, but you can't really ask that person, can you? Because you don't know who it is, and they could be a dead, but they could be alive, because I've never really heard the theory on maybe it's somebody from the future,
Right.
you know?
Well, I mean, that's definitely something to think about. I'll tell you this: what was popping through my mind at the time you were saying that is like, have you ever,
Hey,
all right,
wandering hippie.
yeah, wondering it'd be awesome to see you here too. Like for instance, like, all right, you know, let's say a couple of people, man, they got in this massive fight in the living room or something like that. I mean, it almost get to a point of violence or whatever. It's just you know, you got this huge, like, you know, butting heads type of argument, blah 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 blah. They leave the room. All right, and then you walk into the room, not knowing what was going on earlier in that room, but you can almost feel the energy
Right.
when you walk into that room. You know what I mean? You can almost like, what the hell? So did something happen here? You know, you can almost feel that well, at least I can. You can almost feel the energy of what happened earlier.
Right.
And that's because that's that lingering energy that you were talking about. Well, that's, see, everything is like, it's a energy, a harmonic, it's a wave, it's a frequency. All right.
It is.
And like I said, it's like even like you think about like atoms on how they the closer they are, the harder the substance is. Like for instance, this table is sitting in front of me. The reason why it's so hard is because the atoms are so close together.
Right.
And then like when, you know, you get something where the atoms are so much farther apart, it doesn't have like this hard shape to it. You know, it's much softer, or like water. You see how
Right.
the water molecules are much further apart. All right. And then like you see how water molecules, even when it freezes, how closer together they get, and blah blah blah. But anyway, I can see that same thing where it's possible, because I have theories on how, for instance, like you know, all the like megalithic type buildings, the polygonal type building construction, like how the pyramids, like Sacsayhuaman, you know, down in Peru, how they were built. Actually, I have a theory, because I really believe time travel has been invented. It may have not been invented yet, but it will be, and it is invented. So eventually, we are going to be able to travel through time. I'm not sure if it's going to be like a government agency, or it's just somebody going to make this damn thing in his basement somewhere. It's going to happen though, or it already has. All right. So I think it's actually people from the future that have future technology that went back into the past, because there was, you know, just not livable in the future any longer. So you went back in the past where there's all this vacant real estate and used the technology to build with those things. All right. And because it makes me wonder, because of the, you know, you look at these archaeologists, they're digging this shit up, and it's like an anomaly. They can't fit it into the basic narrative that they've tried to, you know, make everybody believe what history is. you know, so they just like dismiss it, you know, like oh, that I don't know, we can't explain that, so it's like an anomaly, you know what I mean?
Well, for years they couldn't figure out how the pyramids were built. I mean,
Right.
as far as like the chambers and everything.
Right.
And there was theories that it was built from the bottom up, and as they built it up, it was kind of like a Lego set, man. They put it together and they just basically formed the chambers, you know, by building it up.
Right.
But then they found out that that actually wasn't the way that those chambers were created, because a lot of them had like chisel marks on it, and it wasn't just from the hieroglyphics, it was chiseling them out, and it wasn't just from the stone. So they ended up coming across these jars that had copper on, like a wrapped thing of copper on the inside of it, and they found out that they actually created electricity.
The Baghdad battery.
Yeah, the Baghdad battery, and it was used with copper, grape juice,
Yep.
and clay. That was it.
Yeah.
So it was kind of crazy, you know what I'm saying? Like the amount of technology, but see, that's what gets me, and me and the wife speculate, because out here in Arizona we have Sonoyta, and Sonoyta has these mountains, but they're all completely flat on the top. Like somebody just like took a giant fucking sword and said shh and cut them all flat. And it's really weird looking. But there's a lot of like weird activity out there. I mean, as far as I think there's like one of those weird sheds where, you know, you could put a pencil down on the ground and it rolls up instead of rolls down and stuff like that. There's a lot of weird areas like that out there too. So my thing on that is if we're going to go there, because we went there on Christmas, and of course Dennison is going to pop in on this right as we go into it. You got to admit, and you know, you obviously sound like a logical man. You believe in science and atoms and, you know, wavelengths and whatnot and so forth. So who's to say out of this entire universe that we're the only ones out there?
Oh, dude, I mean, I think it's very ignorant to think that we are. That we're
Right.
the only speck of dust floating around space that's got something on it that can make a damn screwdriver. All right, you know, come on now. That's just I you know, because every time I go out here in the yard at night, you know, I got it to where in my yard, man, I don't have light pollution to drown out the stars. I've got it's completely dark around here. No street lights, no nothing.
Me and the wife have to drive an hour for that.
Oh man, I can just walk out my yard to do that. I love it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I can see I can on a clear night with no clouds, I can see the whole Milky Way. All right, I don't have to worry about it. And I'm sitting there thinking, it's like, all right, I'm looking into the past right now, because a lot of those stars are probably already fizzled out by now. By the time the light has gotten to me, it's already fucking fizzled out. So I'm kind of like looking into the past right now when I see those stars. But for every one of those, there's got to be at least one or two planets surrounding one of those stars. All right, surrounding. It's like they're just another sun somewhere else. You know what I mean? And it would be ignorant to think that we're the only speck out here that has got something on it.
Oh yeah, I that's what I'm saying. But I don't think that it was just us that created us. But then you also look back in the past and you look back at different civilizations and how stuff was created back then, like just the Egyptians alone with their monoliths.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like the amount of technology that it took to create those, lift them, move them in one piece.
Can you imagine? Just imagine that construction site.
Right?
I mean, you know, I'm a construction guy. I've built houses for fucking 20 years, or a little over 20 years. I'm sitting there and trying to imagine that construction site. You know, can you imagine being the foreman of that site? It's like, hey, tell Habib I need a block this size with these cuts and this and all that. He runs 100 miles down to the quarry, tells the guy, it's like, hey, I need this thing. I need it cut this way, or whatever. All right, guy down there at the quarry, he cuts it out. They transport it over. And then they fit it in there like a goddamn, you know, puzzle piece that just fits exactly in those places.
Right.
Now, all right. Now there's other theories too that we're like, you know, like we talk about like frequency and vibration and harmonics and stuff like that. there's theories that if you could take a stone, for instance, and find out its harmonic, all right, if you can find out that stone's harmonic wavelength, all right, you can manipulate it to the point where you can soften the stone to almost like a clay consistency. All right, you adjust that harmonic a little bit, you can actually get it to where it will levitate in a sense. All right, where you make it almost lighter than, light as gravity, it just has no effect, where it almost levitates. So that's
Right.
all right. Now, when it comes down to shaping it and moving it, this would explain it if that is how the technology they used to do it. It's all they had to do is just figure out the harmonics and how to produce that harmonics of that stone. And then on top of that, if you, because there's a guy that does a lot of tours over in Egypt and Saxo Walman, I can't even say it, Tambo, I can't even say the damn name. It's like, anyway, but or like out in Peru, when it comes down to that, you look at that, like even in Egyptian pyramids, there is no hieroglyphs inside the pyramids. All the hieroglyphs are like in other places, like the Valley of the Kings and blah 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 and all that other stuff. There's no hieroglyphs inside the pyramid. You know what I mean?
Right.
That are, or if there is, it's like crude, like graffiti type type hieroglyphs. All right, but the actual, like, the ones that look like that are put in there that matches like the building construction. Those are not in the pyramids themselves. All right. And so it makes me wonder, it's like, okay, well, what exactly was the pyramids for? You know what I mean? And this blanket explanation that it's a tomb, because that's what they say. It's like, it's a tomb, or it was there for, sacrifices, or blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's the go-to explanation of what these buildings are. And that's
Right.
just crap. That's just flat out crap. That's like, that's like archaeologists digging us up 2,000 years into the future and saying my house was actually, that was a tomb. You know what I mean?
No, they're saying pyramids now were a form of power plant. They're thinking.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, because they do resonate in energy, and it goes basically straight up into the atmosphere. But
Yeah.
On that level, it reminds me of what Nikola Tesla was trying to do when it comes down to free energy and free electricity, the technology he was working on, using these big antennas that just radiate electricity. And all you needed is, like, for instance, instead of putting batteries or plugging this item in, you just have an antenna on it, and that thing would pick up the energy being emanated out, and you can power that tool. All right. That's the idea. You can have power tools, you just didn't have to plug it in or have batteries, because it was all free energy in the air produced by these power plants. You know what I mean?
And
That's
Tesla
the
was
idea.
trying to work on that, and
Yes.
was getting stopped left and right from.
Yeah, because was it Edison and all them? They were like, no, well, if we can't put a fucking meter on it, we don't want it.
Right.
That was the whole thing. It's all about money.
It's all about money. It is, and it's only gotten worse as the years have gone on. So,
yeah,
it's crazy. It really is.
Yeah, dude. What's up, Dennison X? How are you doing today?
What up? I'm good.
Oh, your mic sounds bad, dude. I don't know what you got going on over there. Yeah.
Try it again.
It was breaking up a little bit there, man.
Right. I don't know. Do you want to pull up the video I got down on the bottom? My wife found that video of the Pepsi can.
I don't know. I'm on a cell phone. I don't know how to share videos, man.
It's
really
not
don't.
that. It just bring me up. It's in the basement. It should be another you people.
Oh, okay. I didn't get a notification for that being there, so I didn't know it was there. Okay.
You wouldn't hear that because it's a share.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's not gonna ding on you like it's a person.
All right.
But this is when I freshly opened this Pepsi can, and we were playing Cards Against Humanity, and like out of the corner of my eye I started catching it, and it's like it's sitting there breathing, bro. You see it?
Yep. There's an exhale. and inhale.
And
Yep.
yeah, and it's not like it was like completely full either. Like it comes all the way out. It's not like it was completely full either. Like it was really weird. It was like somebody was like squeezing the can,
Yep. That's wild.
right?
That happened to somebody at work the other day too.
Did it?
She's like, "Nope, my Pepsi's haunted." She drank it.
She drank
it was also a Pepsi, and she was like, "Nope, I'm not drinking that. That's a bad omen."
Yeah.
Like,
That's funny.
Say- Say what? Was that Dennison? Was that you?
It's
No,
just
that was my
garbage.
wife. Go ahead, Dennison. Sorry, man.
I guess he's working on something over there. Right on.
I don't know. His mic was really choppy, though, at least on my end.
Yeah, it was on my end when he first popped in too.
Hey, Moonchild.
Yeah, Moonchild, how you doing?
But yeah, man, it was pretty creepy, man. And then I poured it out into a glass, and there was nothing in there. And it's not like it was raising up and down either in the glass either. Like, I don't know. It was weird.
that
was
would have
weird.
been interesting if it did it while it was in the glass. That'd have been.
Then
something.
I'd start being afraid of drinking Pepsi.
That's what it would take.
That's what it would take, Dennison.
I mean, shit. What you should do is like take a piece of steak and drop it in a Pepsi, and then watch it overnight.
Why?
Or because it'll completely dissolve it. Or take a Pepsi and find a rusty piece of metal. You could take the rust right off of it too.
I know Coca-Cola would do that. It would take rust off of chrome. I know
Yeah.
that for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's true. But I'd much rather drink Pepsi than drink Rockstar or Red Bull.
Well, they got this weird shit, water. I don't know if you've tried it, but apparently, like, human beings are made out of it or some shit.
Dennison, I told you I have my one glass of water a month.
This guy. Listen, well, how about if I put it to you this way? Let's just say I like being on panels with you. So if you keep drinking Pepsi, when your kidneys explode, Dennison's going to be very sad.
Well, you know, they say that if I drink a lot of Pepsi, I'm supposed to get kidney stones, but I haven't had a kidney stone yet, and I've been drinking Pepsi nonstop since I've been about 16.
How old are you?
40.
Just wait, buddy. It's right around the corner, friend.
It's about the size of a fucking softball. By
Oh, this fucking guy. He's. You're only 40, kid. You're a baby.
Man, it's supposed to be keeping
come
my
on.
insides clean, right?
How old are you, Dennison?
I mean, I'm old enough, just enough to where I have more kidney stones than you people.
Yeah.
And I already quit drinking soda.
Yeah, but you drink water, so now you got kidney stones. So doesn't that tell you something?
Not now.
share you the video of how things are actually made.
I'm just we're playing. This is us
Well, I know.
ball busting.
I mean, you know, ball busting for sure, but at the same time, that shit is going to kill you.
Anything
man.
could kill me, Dennison. Anything. I could choke on a piece of broccoli.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, do you deliberately try to put pieces of broccoli that are too big for your throat into your mouth? Because that's what you're doing with the Pepsi.
Hey, I don't eat broccoli just because of that reason, because I can choke on it. No,
I mean, the reason seems fine to me. I would just apply the same logic over to the other item, you know? Just keep it.
The other item, I can't choke on it. I can just drown in it, and that would be awesome.
Yeah, as he's opening another Pepsi.
He's not just opening it, he's pouring it over his nipples right now.
Ah.
No, what though, dude? Like 1980s, whatever, fucking Pepsi. That was the jam. Like real Pepsi. That was yeah. There's nothing better.
Yeah, they did change the formula.
I can't drink the new stuff, man. I can't do it.
Nah. No, I'm right there with you. I think I got to cut back a little bit. Plus, it's expensive as shit. Water's pretty much free almost, except out here in Arizona. You got to pay for your water out here in Arizona.
Now, over there in Arizona, they got legislation or wherever where you can't collect rainwater in your area?
No, we can collect rainwater out
Okay,
here.
yeah, because I've been hearing like what is it? I can't remember where it was, but like the whole freaking state, they made it like illegal or whatever you want to call it
That's
to even
Oregon.
collect rainwater. That's
That's
so
Oregon.
freaking stupid.
Yeah, it's Oregon.
That's stupid. It's like what do
Drugs
they
are
think they own the
decriminalized,
fucking rain?
but you can't collect water.
Yeah, it's it. It's insane, man.
And it's messed up because like it makes sense out here because it only rains so often out here. Like we've had more rain in the wintertime than we had during our monsoon. And so I mean we get very little rain out here. We're like in constant drought. A lot of our lakes have dropped by over half in their what used to be there from like 10 years ago. So, I mean, we're sucking up more water than we can, than what's given back to us over here. So it makes sense to collect the rainwater and stuff. And there's people that actually will hook up, like I can hook up my, I could hook up like a hose to my drainage system from my kitchen sink. And as I'm washing dishes, I can make it run into a collector. And, then I use that. I could use that to like water plants or whatever.
Yeah,
Because-
that gray water. Yeah.
Yeah, the gray water.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I could do that. Some people do that. There's plenty of different ways to do it out here, but I don't think it's illegal. But I know it's illegal in Oregon.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody about that the other day. I was like, "Where do these so-called public servants think that they own the fucking rain?"
Well, I think it's more of a mosquito issue down there, as far as the rain collectors are concerned, because they do get a good amount of rain. So I guess their legislation looks at it as, well, we get enough fucking rain. Why do you want to collect it?
Well, who gives them fucking right to legislate in the damn first place?
The people that let
Yeah,
them do it.
I hear you. I hear you. I don't. I mean, I was like, I don't think they, I don't think they should have any kind of authority to legislate that kind of stuff. I mean, there's like what was it? Somebody was telling me, I can't remember what it was, but they got a big piece of property and stuff, and they just dug a big ass hole to make a pond, like a retaining pond,
Right.
and so they were wanting to put fish in it and all that stuff. Well, the city came down on them and stuff like that. No, you can't do that. That kind of stuff. I'm like, what? Who the fuck are you to tell me what I can do on my own property?
Well, that's what I said when we purchased the house, and then I ended up finding out that I still have an entity that's over me telling me that I can't have stuff in my backyard a certain way.
Right.
And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Didn't we buy a house so that way we didn't have to worry about somebody telling us how to run our house?
Yeah. See, that's the thing. It's like I was living
want
in
to fucking rip my door off the hinges. I'm going to rip my door off the hinges. Don't tell me I can't do it.
Right. I mean, I was living in parts of New Mexico. I mean, they got legislation in some areas, man. Like, for instance, if you were wanting to work on your car out in your driveway, that's illegal because you cannot work on your car out in your driveway. You know what I mean?
Well, they kind of have regulations like that out here. Like you can't have a car that doesn't run, or like if like you got your car got into an accident and like you couldn't afford to fix it, you can't have that car sitting in your driveway. It's an eyesore. The city will come and tow it out of your driveway, regardless whether it's registered, insured or not. It's an eyesore. I have to cover up my quad out front because I can't fit it through my gate in my back. So I have
Right.
to cover it up to make sure that the quad isn't showing right now because it's not running. So, I mean,
It's crazy, man.
it
It's
is.
crazy.
It is. And I'm like, I just had an incident with the city a couple months back in October. I was letting the grass grow and die. So that way
Yeah.
it made it look like, you know, an overgrown graveyard type scene. And I was told like right before Halloween that if I didn't cut my grass, I was going to get fined by the city. And I'm like, I do believe we bought a house not in an HOA, right?
Yeah. See, that's another thing. Yeah. I would not live in a place with an HOA. I mean, honestly, man, if I have to move away from here, I'm gonna find somewhere where it's away from an HOA and what is it, unregulated or something like that, where it's where very little building permit type of scenario.
Right.
Because I want to be able to put whatever out there. I mean, like for instance, where I'm at right now in this county, for instance, I can have pole barns and stuff like that. You know, where I don't have to have a building permit or any of that stuff, because stuff like that is considered temporary. You know, it's not a permanent structure. So I don't have to have a building permit for it.
Right. Yeah, we kind of have the same laws out here. My wife was doing research because we're looking at getting at least. Oh, Denison, you'll want to hear this. So, what'd you find? You found 40 acres of land.
So we were looking for lots of land because we're talking about moving probably out like to Colorado or whatever. And I found a good lake. Probably a good.
It was Denison. He's got.
Yeah, he's got it. Yeah.
I found like a 40-acre property or so, literally in the dead middle of nowhere, and it had an HOA fee.
It was like 60. It was like 60 grand. The price that you were looking around, Denison. It was about 60 grand for 40 acres of land, and it was in the nice area, like where you'd still get all 4 seasons and stuff. But it had an HOA fee attached to it.
Yeah, I don't do HOA fees.
Well, neither do I, but we were kind of like, you're buying 40 acres of land. Where is the HOA?
Right.
They'll be right up in your ass. You also want to double check the zoning requirements, you know?
Right. But there,
Yeah, unincorporated. That's the word I was looking for. Unincorporated. That's that you know, there's counties that are unincorporated or parts of counties or whatever that are unincorporated. That's where you have less like building restrictions, stuff like that.
Right. Hey, Nikki. Yeah.
I want to go somewhere where there's a well-established bureaucracy and the bureaucracy matches what I want. Because I'm looking for any kind of illusions of freedom. I want the government to be a big, mean bully, and I want it to bully in my favor.
Holy crap!
Areas where, like, the zoning requirements are just what I like, and that's good enough for me. I don't want to live in an area where, I want to hide in plain sight, you know?
I want to hide in the middle of 40 acres.
You can't.
By God, I can. If I had 40 acres, by God, I will be able to.
40 acres is not something you can hide on. It's not that much. It's plenty of land, but you're not hiding there.
Hey, Denison, if I get 40 acres of land, you want to come out and play hide and seek?
Oh, yeah.
If you get 40 acres for $60,000 in Colorado, there's not going to be a single tree on your entire property. So yeah, I'll just get my night vision.
No. We've been looking
I'll
here.
Be able to see you for
Denison, we've been looking here in Arizona. That was here in Arizona.
No, it's in Colorado.
Oh, that one was in Colorado?
That one was in Colorado. I found a big lot like that out in California, up north in California. There's a huge lot of land, pretty cheap.
My bad.
Gorgeous.
Those big, cheap lots of land.
But that
those
also
big, huge lots of land are landlocked, and you don't have easements for most of them, so you can't even access them.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you have the right vehicle and you don't need But yeah, that's the
Well,
thing.
no. See, what she's talking about is landlocked. Is like you would have to cross over somebody else's property to get to it because there is no easement to that land. I've seen
Well,
that happen
I
too.
would do that
Yeah.
intentionally though. I would.
That's when they go cheap, is when there's no easement to the land.
That's when you need a helicopter.
Well,
No,
also if it's been checked and there's no water on it, if there's no trees, if there's no electric hookup, like all that stuff factors in there. And then whether or not it's rock or dirt, you know.
no, we're on that, Dennison. So my parameters on it is if I do get a plot of land, there's got to be a river at least running through my land, and it's got to be a good river. It can't be something that runs only when it rains. It's got to be a good river, so I have water.
That's
So would you
a
say that the
requirement.
Rio Grande is a good river? From your classes in geography, would you say that the Rio Grande is a reliable river?
If you're talking about the Rio Grande down here, no, there is no water in it.
You don't have the Rio Grande in Arizona.
There's a
It goes
There's a
through New
river-
Mexico
there's a-
into Texas.
No, there's a river down here and that's called Rio Grande River. It may be not like it may be not that one, but what I'm saying is that there is a little river, or it's supposed to be a river out here called the Rio Grande River, but it's not a river. It's just a dry wash until it rains.
Well, the Rio Grande was one of the 3 largest rivers in the United States, and it's nearly dry.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's everything. Like I said, like the lakes out here have dropped over half the amount that they used to have from 10 years ago. So, I mean, there's just too many people. They're sucking up the water too fast. And I
It's
watch it every day.
oil processing. Oil refineries use a lot of water
Mhm.
to process the oil, and Texas has a lot of oil refineries, so they get a lot of our water. But
Yeah.
I don't wanna-
Fracking uses a lot of water too.
Yeah.
I don't want to be all negative. I'm in a negative mood. I'm sorry. My IPRA request was denied, and I was informed that the video footage of my daughter being assaulted by the bus driver is not only not going to be made available to me, but has been deleted.
What?
Huh?
As soon as the sheriff watched it, the deputy sheriff watched it, it somehow magically disappeared from the database, and they can't give it to me because I don't have it.
Oh, that's so fucking frustrating.
And the
This-
deputy sheriff told me herself that my daughter put her hand up when the bus driver swung at her. She said, "Oh, it looked like thought she was getting a high five." My daughter said it was a defensive move because she thought she was about to be, quote, knocked unconscious.
Right.
And the sheriffs don't want to press charges. I tried today. It's been more than the 10 days, and I've been trying to get the sheriff's report, and I keep being told there is no report on file, though they only have 10 days to make one when I make a charge of assault. Even if they determine that it wasn't assault in their point of view, they still have to write a fucking report. And I called again today, and I was told there was no report, and I would get a call back. I called at 9:00 this morning. At 4:45, I called back, and they weren't taking calls anymore. They had switched it to the answering service. So I'm sorry.
Moonchild,
I'm in a
no, no,
pissy mood.
Moonchild, no, I do not delete my streams. Now, if I go over 12 hours, only 12 hours will get loaded onto YouTube. If I go over 12, so, but I do not delete them. Yeah.
No, I got it. I'm reading the comments. I'm sorry. I'm reading the comments. I'm looking at Moonchild's comments, and it said, whoever said you're not hiding on 40 acres, explain to me why we can't find our children. Not being a smart ass, just making a point.
40 acres in Colorado for $60K is going to have 0 trees on it, so you can just see straight across it.
You can just see straight across.
Well, even if it does have trees, I guarantee you, if you can get 40 acres for $60K in this day and age, it's going to be landlocked, and you're going to have to try and negotiate an easement with one of the private property owners around you. We looked forever for affordable properties and in that kind of range. When you actually went out to it, there was no access to the land.
Right. No, and we have this already in mind. So you know, there's a lot of research that comes into looking at land on, and Dennison said it. It's the ground. It's if they have water. It's if there's utilities nearby. Nikki said with the easements, there is so much you need to take into consideration. I mean, if you're not willing to spend at least $100,000 to $150,000 to find a well, then you probably shouldn't just go buy land that's out there in the middle of nowhere. And that's why I was like, well, you know, I'd like to get some land with a nice river on it. I might have to work an easement deal, but if I can find a nice piece of land with a nice running river on it, nothing major, nothing like the Mississippi or anything, just enough to where it's constantly running and I can put a hydroelectric generator in there and have it constantly running and generating electricity, I have electricity. And then all I got to do is hook up some small solar panels and I have my backup electricity with the solar panels. And, you know, I can siphon water off of that river. So I have water. I don't have to worry about digging a well. You know what I'm saying?
If you can find, you people, if you can find a parcel bigger than 5 acres that has a river running through it for under $500,000 anywhere in the U.S., I will eat my words. I mean, I'm just telling you, if you want a river, you better be ready to pay.
I'm looking. Damn.
I want one that's got a freshwater mouth of a freshwater spring on it. That's if I want to dream big. I want a piece of property that has a spring on it, the mouth of it. I want to be at the head.
There's plenty of properties out here that have springs on them.
Yeah, that's what I want. I mean, I want something. I want it fully wooded, and I want a spring on it. Those are the main things that my criteria for the property I want.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking
So
at.
I
like,
just want to respond to Moonchild real quick, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, yeah, Moonchild, I don't hide my emotions very well. You can hear it in my tone of voice easily that I'm upset tonight. And
no,
you're right. It is obvious.
We didn't upset you, did we? Any of us? We didn't upset you? Please tell us we didn't.
Oh no! It started with the thing with the schools, and then my ex calls me that they want me to give the insurance information at a pharmacy where he's taken our daughter to get the vaccine, even though I told him I wanted to talk to our pediatrician about it.
Right.
And I have all legal rights, so I had to give permission and the insurance information, and I refused it, and he threw a temper tantrum with our daughter in a pharmacy while we were on the phone.
Oh, my God.
Then I come online, and Annie is dogging Hippie really bad, and I said, you know, the things you're saying other people said before, including myself, and you jumped on us. And he said I was married multiple times, as if being widowed twice was some sort of derogatory thing against me. So yeah, I'm in a pretty shitty mood tonight. Sorry if it comes across.
No. I just want to make sure it wasn't me. That's all.
And we're gonna try and cheer you up somehow, because I mean, this is all right. This is the reason why I started the stream, is because I'm like, I want to remind people to live, love, and laugh. All right, I want to remind people to do that and live that life and love and laugh in that life. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm gonna try and change your attitude just a little bit, even though it might not change your situation, but you'll at least be a little bit more, you know, a little happier, or at least a little bit more calmer or whatever. I'm gonna try my best, Happy. Okay.
Well, I guarantee you can hear it. That just saying that you want to try already uplifted my spirits.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, man. Because I mean, reason why I'm like, all right, because there was another YouTube channel, Dangerous Freedom. Ron that had that channel. He just passed on. New Year's Eve, I think it was.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. I did put my condolences in the chat. I'm really sorry. For the loss to those.
And I want to kind of like basically, you know, continue on his legacy in a sense, you know. And he did a lot of stuff, man. Just having, what are you putting something up, Moonchild, or did you take off? What happened? Wait a minute. Or did you? Okay, hold on. Bring it back in there. Okay, there you go.
Oh, hello.
Moonchild's in there. There you
Like
go.
I don't like doing this very much, and I sound really horrible because I woke up with a cold yesterday, so I sound really, really, really horrible.
No worries.
Sound fine to me.
No worries. No worries. Yeah.
I might have walked into the chat or popped into the chat in the mid of a conversation, but where I was going at is because my biggest thing that bothers me is the government and all. I don't know if I should be using keywords or keywords or something. I don't know, but like. We are being watched. They know what we're doing. Like my parents own a farmland, and there's only one way on the property and one way off the property. And if we build a building on there, we never even had the structure completely up. All we had was the main beams in the ground, and they had flown in a helicopter because from the road you cannot see it. So they had flown a helicopter, and they sent a letter to my parents saying, once, they want that turned into taxes. And I live in West Virginia. And so the only way they could have seen this structure is if they flown by helicopter.
Well, here in New Mexico, they use drones for that.
Yeah.
Well,
The
drones too,
permitting,
but this is when I was
the
younger.
permit department comes out with drones.
Well, this is true. I was only about 10 years old, though. Maybe 10 years old whenever this came out, and I'm 30. So this is about 20 years ago. There could have been drones then, but it was very very uncommon then, 20 years ago. So they at this time they had driven a fucking helicopter, and I have been drinking. So excuse me, because I do use moonshine as a remedy.
Right on. What flavor? What flavor moonshine? What flavor moonshine?
Right now I'm using my straight.
Oh, okay.
Nothing wrong with good medicine.
Straight and sassafras, just so it can knock the cold out of me. And I've been tested. I work long-term care. I know a lot of people are against testing, but I work long-term care. That's my career. And so I get tested twice a week, every week for the past almost 2 years. And I know people frown upon it, but I've looked into what's on these swabs that I've been tested with, and it doesn't have what is some people are seeing in some swabs. So anyways, moving forward. So they knew about our structure, and whether it was drone or helicopter, they took a picture of it, sent it to us, and they know about it, and they want it turned into taxes. And so if they're capable, if I can go on Google Maps and zoom in on a property, and even there's that famous fucking picture of somebody dragging blood, a body, a criminal, or somebody escaping jail from Google Maps, you know what I mean, that went around viral. Google Maps trapped all this, but they can't find our children. That's what's eating me away. I cannot wrap my mind around the fact that they cannot find not even a fraction of our children. But
That's
yet,
because I think the powers that should not be
that
that are in a
Well-
position, I think they're the ones taking the damn kids. That's my opinion.
That's my point.
Can
That's why I said I'm not being a smartass, but I'm making a point.
No,
You can do this, you can do that, but you can't find these children. And what is like the most famous fucking known sacrifice known to people in history? And any kind, I don't care if it's like hypothetical or fucking these mythological, or I don't know, any kind of fucking history or story that you ever read about. It's
Yeah.
always virgin blood.
Right.
Why do you think? And then it makes me think, well, why do they think that abortion's so legal?
Right.
And I know those are such a deep rabbit holes, and I don't know what to think of it. But these are just thoughts that come to my head, and I can't read chat or anything like that. So I hope I'm not pissing anybody off.
No, but I would like to comment on your comment, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So you said that you had to bring attention to where you were living on the ranch for them to find it and then claim the taxes, right?
Yes, we
Okay.
own the property.
Okay. So The thing about that is and I understand where you're coming from. They can find you out in the middle of nowhere, and then they want their taxes, but they can't find the kids. But I think that doesn't really coincide because you're dealing with they didn't know that you were there until you brought attention to yourself. You know
This is true. This is true, but they didn't bring attention to these famous fucking clips of what Google Maps has caught with, like, there's this one coming from I don't even know. It's like it walks out to like a deck, kind of like a deck, but there's blood being drug. And it's like it went viral, and
Right.
it's like Google Maps can sit there and see you do that, but you know what I mean? And it's
No, I
like,
hear you.
but you can zoom down on almost 90% of fucking Earth.
Right.
Google
So-
Maps has almost about 90% of Earth, but they can't find our children.
So
No, I hear you.
Moonchild,
Uh-huh.
Moonchild, have
Yeah.
you read any of WikiLeaks?
I
Because
have not.
one of the things that might help you to understand why we can't find missing children is Julian Assange, who's being extradited now and being persecuted for it, released a lot of information about higher up people being involved in pedophilia.
I'm not trying to argue that they can't find them. My point is, I'm bringing that to a light.
Oh
They
yeah.
can't find our
They just
children.
won't. It's
No,
not
they
can't.
won't.
They won't.
Exactly. They
Yeah.
won't find our
Yeah.
children.
That's the point
And
that
I
was
think
trying to
that is a point that should be addressed so much more than what it is. I think that if you find our children, you will find our fucking problem.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've been hearing also, it's like when it comes down to not only the pedophile part of it, what is it? The extraction of the adrenochrome, so they can like live forever in a sense. You know what I mean? Because that's what they want. They want to live forever so they can rule forever. That's their main
So-
goal.
What
You guys
happens if
know
your
No
children
Name, No
end up
Name?
being the ruling class?
Do you guys know No Name, No Name?
What if that's how they reproduce?
I
do
know
not.
of her. I know of her.
Because No
Why?
Name, No Name gets teased a lot for talking about not wanting to circumcise her kids because she doesn't
Yeah.
want to make Oprah's face cream. And and as crazy as that sounds, I personally don't want to do the jab because if you can manipulate my cell my cell structure to produce whatever cells you want, what if I become just a host for livers and hearts for the rich?
But, okay, and I know I sound contradicting. I totally sound contradicting right now. But like, so a lot of they want to keep back they want us to donate our billing report.
Right.
Well, and if you decide to take home your placenta, you have your every right to take home your placenta, fry it up with some fucking liver and like liver and onions or whatever, and eat it because it gives you back your nutrients. I do believe, because I am in the medical field, if it is there, sounds contradicting, and I know it's going to sound this is going to sound bad, but I promise you I don't mean it exactly the way I say it, but I don't know how else to put it because I'm not good at explaining myself. But so okay, if we donate our fucking our placenta, and that has a lot of medical value to us. If abortion's illegal, or it is legal, then why waste it? Is it a sacrifice? And this is an actual legit question. Would it be considered an actual sacrifice? Or are we sitting there taking advantage of our opportunity to get our technology we have today by utilizing our rights? And if that's their right to discard of that, we're not the ones being judged for it. We're not. But why waste it and jump on the opportunity to sit there and educate ourselves on the values and save another life that does want it? If that makes sense.
Well, the only thing I can say on that is I'm not a Christian, but I study the Bible among other texts. And in the Bible, it says if your wife cheats on you and you think she's pregnant, you should get her to the priest for an abortion. a forced miscarriage. Like really, it says it in the Bible twice. So I don't know why religious grounds would have anything to do with abortion, and I'm all for stem
It's
cell
the
research
soul.
myself. Moonchild, I may have
It's
just said
religious
it.
because they believe in a soul. So that means
And-
at the
and-
moment of
listen, I'm
conception,
not.
the human
I would-
life has the same value as it would if it were fully developed because of the potential. So if you believe in the soul, then you believe that there's something to be lost, even before there's a brain or a heart or any of that.
And that's like I don't know what I consider myself as. I do not commit to one religion. Okay, I believe there's truth and lies in all religion because there's missing books. Okay, so I just believe there's truth and lies in everything, and I just read between the lines, and I feel like I just let God speak to me through my heart. My heart is my Bible, and how I treat others and how I act is a reflection of my character, and how others treat me and how they treat others is a reflection of their character. And people are so dead set on a book, and I just don't think that book is so righteous. Our hearts are righteous. We are righteous, and that's just how I feel about life. And I may be wrong, but I will pay that judgment when you know what I mean. Nobody else will. And just same for everybody actions, they will pay the consequences of their actions on their judgment day. I will not. But if somebody beside me, I do not agree with them, but they get action and abort a baby, am I going to sit there and be like, I don't agree with you, but God gave you free will, and I give you that right to say you will be judged for it. Back off of them. Let them do it. But I'm going to take that. I'm going to take their actions, and I'm going to learn from it, because then I'm going to help another life from it. Is that so? You know what I mean? And that's where like people sit there and say they find these fetus cells in the jab.
Right.
Well, people get so hung up on that, they get fixated on, oh my God, it's a fetus cell. It's a fetus cell. Well, how do you think that we got a lot of our technology and a lot of our medicine?
Well,
Not just
for
from
me,
fetus cells,
for me,
from sacrifice.
it's not the T cell research that bothers me about the vaccination or the jab. I'm sorry, for myself personally, it's the fact that they can manipulate your
DNA.
God, why is the
The
well,
DNA.
no, they don't mess with your DNA. They bypass your DNA and go straight to the powerhouse of the cell where your cell reproduction is,
cells, but
and
they're
they
already
tell
doing that.
your body what cells to produce
Right.
away
But they're
from your
already
DNA.
But they are already doing that by you getting COVID. The fucking protein, the spike proteins penetrates your nuclei.
The thing is,
But just the knowledge that the medical profession can, at will, manipulate my body to create whatever cells they want to, it scares me, because what happens when we become people farms?
I'm in the medical field, and I had never taken a jab. Okay, I never taken a jab. I waited 2 days before I was supposed to lose my job. I worked on a COVID unit. And I swear to God, I can send you guys right now the timesheet I have that last week, because I was like making a point to them. I'm the only one unvaccinated. I am the only one. I was the first one on there and the last one off the unit. 2 days before my last day, they lifted it. They lifted that. Well, my state was one of the states that sat there and joined to overthrow that fucking mandation. And I thought I was losing my job. I don't know how much gray hair I've gained in that one last month. I gained so much fucking gray hair because I was so worried. I love my job. I'm only a CNA. I could pursue to be more of a nurse, but I like being hands-on with my residents. I like to know them on a personal level. I love them. And I get to watch things happen on a more of a personal level than any nurse will ever get to see. And that's what my experience is with my job. That's why I love it. And 2 days before that, I was supposed to lose my job. I already have in my phone saved in my notes a half a letter typed up to the CEO that's over the facilities. I have worked nothing but his facilities since I've been agency. And I worked 3 of his COVID units. And I'm like, I'm the only one unvaccinated back here by myself on my last week, and you're terminating me. You're terminating me because you're sitting there saying I'm a threat to my residents, but yet I'm the first one willing. If your jabs are so righteous, if they're so good, then why aren't your other employees that are protected back here willing to sacrifice?
Right.
And they never. I pulled 79 hours and 43 minutes on that unit that last week of my job. And then 2 days before my last job, they did overthrow it. But I personally decided to take and apply for another job with another agency company that respected my wishes with not being getting the jab.
Same thing happened to Nicole. The same thing happened to Nicole out in Colorado.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, she lost her job.
They can mess with your RNA without the jab, by the way.
Yeah, mRNA and the mDNA technology that they're using today is not what the stuff that we took when we were kids. It's totally it's a game changer when it comes down to it. They got the also the what is it, the microtechnology and stuff like that that's along with it. You can even look it up. It's because they're going to actually introduce this either through like an injection, or they have this thing. It's called a hydrogel. It looks like kind of like a Band-Aid with like micro needles where they can inject into straight in the body, and then also it's like a pill form. Have you noticed that they're actually trying to introduce this pill form, and that will bypass doctors getting like malpractice and all blah blah blah. Just gonna leave it up to people to take it themselves.
They could just put it in the water, or they could just leave it on it. They could do exactly what they did in Wuhan and just leave it on a seat somewhere. Like it doesn't. They don't have to inject you. You don't have to eat it. You don't have to drink it. They can create an airborne messenger virus that'll attach itself to your cells and it'll create whatever proteins they want.
So going back on my argument, reason why I came up here, and I'm not trying to keep on doing it, I'm not trying to do a Jen, whatever her name is, that circle back girl.
Go ahead.
But all this technology, and we still can't find our children.
Yeah.
We get I know. I just like to just make that point because I want people to see it.
Yeah, I really still don't understand what you mean when you say that, though.
Because there's so many kids that come up missing every fucking year, and it seems like majority of them are never found.
Yeah. And there's not even a trace. Our forensic, when I was 11 years old, before I fucking wanted to be a cosmetologist, and remind you, I'm a beauty school dropout twice. I wanted to be a forensic psychologist. The technology in it, the technology and forensics. And if there's an open case of missing children or a crime case or whatever it may be, the forensics in it is so high. But all it takes is money.
Yeah, that's why it's kind of different all over the country.
They don't care to look into it because they're not going to waste their money. You can't afford it. Yeah. So they're not going to waste their time. So a lot of these kids are missing because you have no money. Well,
and because your town doesn't have that much money either.
Right.
Well, my whole state has never had money. My home state is West Virginia.
Yeah,
we have done nothing but struggle. So I mean, we want to talk about surviving. We are born to survive. But it's just the technology. If they wanted to find these children, they could. But they don't want to because it takes money. And if it takes money, then guess what? You will find your child and they're going to be safe. They're going to be alive. You're not going to find remains years down the road.
Right. I agree with
money
you.
makes the world go round, and that's what makes the fucking government fucking happy.
Right. I agree with you. I really agree with you, especially in today's day and age where there's a camera on every corner.
Yep.
You know, they can track a guy that does an armed robbery through Phoenix into
Yep.
Mesa, into Scottsdale, no problem here. I don't know about West Virginia. I don't know if like how your law enforcement and how your transit system runs out there, but out here, if a kid goes missing, they should be able to find him, or at least find some sort of footage of the vehicle and get a license plate. I mean, your license plate is run 50 times as you run down the interstate. Don't tell me that they can't fucking find the person that took somebody's kid.
Yeah, no
in
kidding.
this
And
day and age.
that's the thing. It's like in Panama City or in Lynn Haven, man. You go out there, every freaking stoplight's got 4 cameras on it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's just on stoplights.
Even
all right?
here in West Virginia, we're probably behind, but we do have cameras on our main towns.
Right.
Our stoplights have those cameras, and it's like if you can give me a DUI for drinking in a passenger seat with a DDD or DD, and then if you're going to give me a ticket
Does
for
that
open
work?
container, then you can sit there and find me the children that are missing in my hometown. Don't play me that shit.
Yeah, I mean, you can go to Walmart and you see that little that sign in Walmart, which got all the missing kids and all the missing people and all that stuff on it. It's like, I mean,
Right.
you know, it's like, dude, we know these people are missing. You know, they're already up, and it's like, I agree with you. I mean, we have the technology and we have the ability to do that. Hell, they got a damn camera up in space that can actually zoom in on a dime and read the fucking letters on a dime from space.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly. That's what
So
I
you're-
said. I was like, if they can zoom in and see me get out of the shower, but they can't sit there and like get off that fucking freaking what was it called satellite.
Yeah.
Get off that satellite and go somewhere else and find my fucking children. Don't be looking at me getting out of the shower.
Right.
Don't be looking through my windows and shit. And, you know,
They're
find
worried.
our
They're worried.
children.
They're worried
And-
about what you building on your property versus what they're where the kids are.
It's
You
so
know.
funny you said
Yeah.
that. That conversation came up with Uman too, because he wanted to show me the layout of their shop in Illinois. We were just chilling on the patio having a beer, and that was after the Egypt and the stones and how everything got laid conversation, you know.
Right.
And we're talking about it ended up with surveillance, and it was so cool because he zoomed in and I saw his whole property and aerial view. So it's cool to put a picture, you know, in Google Earth or whatever you call that thing that you can
Right.
see.
Right.
And then we started talking about, you know, because I've been looking for land in various areas of central to northern Florida because I'm out of here. And I said, it sucks because some of the problems I've run into, it's like, you can't build this here, you can't build that there. And he's like, yeah, but for instance, like how Bug Out's property looks, he's like remote and it's covered in trees. I'm like, you can build whatever the fuck you want there. And he goes, not really. Because then I didn't even realize it. He goes, you just looked at my shop right on
Right.
Google Earth or whatever. So he goes, they can do that. Go back and see. You just put a building there, you know. And I was
Uh-huh.
like, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah. Yeah, they did that to
Yep.
they did that to my neighbor across the street. He put an addition on his house, and like 5 years later, they updated the Google Earth images,
Uh-huh.
and then they went back and they found out that he had more square footage on his house, and
Oh, shit.
the city charged him for the back taxes for the extra footage on his house. It's
such
crazy, but
bullshit.
It
my thing with Dennison is Dennison knows I've got some crazy ass fucking ideas for a house, and you know I'm one of those crazy survivalists that will build my house underground. You're not going to be
Underground.
able to tell the square footage of
But
my house because it's
would detect
underground.
that. They would still be able to detect that. That's
Oh
the
yeah,
thing.
they got ground penetrating radar.
Oh my god!
If they can find
But
you
they
underground,
still can't find the children.
They can find my
Well, I mean,
underground house.
they're not
Tennessee, but
gonna-
They can't find the children.
Right.
Well, you say can't. They can find the children.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They
They-
can.
And
That's
they
my point.
and they can find you, but they won't.
Right.
And that satellite can zoom in on a dime, but not on the entire face of the planet.
Right.
If it's zooming in on that dime, it can literally see nothing else.
Well, yeah, but still.
So if we like maybe multiplied the amount of satellites we had by, I don't know, 1,000, and we spent all we did was look for kids with satellites, we might find some.
Well, no, it's
We
not
would
that,
find
Dennis.
we would
It's not
find
even
so
about.
many,
It's not even
and
about
then
the
we give us
satellites.
time.
So take Phoenix and Mesa. We've got fusion centers out here, just like Anarchy said. Every traffic light has 4 cameras on it. They're pointing in 4 different directions. There's cameras.
Yeah, but that's
all
for
over the
revenue
neighborhoods.
collection.
There's cameras all over the neighborhoods out here. So as soon as a parent goes, "Hey, my kid is missing. This is the description." The police could go into their fusion center. They could go back in their footage and they can try and find anything that fit the description in the area. They don't need the police actually out on foot. They can do it now. And then all they got to do is go by the footage and which direction they went to find out which direction they went and get a license plate, because if they went on the freeway, the license plate has been run. So
And I think I think we would solve a lot of our problems if we find our children.
Well,
we
I'll
would
tell you this.
solve a lot of problems if they would actually start caring about.
Well, yeah, I
looking for
agree.
children.
Because I know I can go out here, for instance, they got these traffic cameras out here, for instance, like they got it set up to where, like, for instance, if I was walking down a sidewalk and I had a parking ticket that's like, I hadn't paid, next thing you know, they got me on camera, and next thing you know, down the street from there's a cop pulling me over.
Right.
And all I'm doing is walking down the street. And they caught me on a camera and say, "Oh, that guy's got overdue parking tickets or something like that." They'll come and pull up. Next thing,
look into Europe's closed circuit TV
the
system that they have. Their CCTV system that they have. It's here. They just don't call it that. They call it a fusion center.
Yeah.
And they have the ability to do it, which kills me because the amount of technology that there is out there anymore. If it was a cop's child, what do you think would happen?
Oh yeah, or a judge's kid or something like that. Oh,
anybody in law enforcement or government.
Yeah,
that child would be found, no problem, within at least 48 hours. I can guarantee it. I mean, if I can go to a traffic accident and it's just a normal traffic accident between 2 normal vehicles and only 1 unit is on scene because, Phoenix is really, really busy. And then a half hour later, I come across another traffic accident where it's a minor T-bone to a police cruiser. And there's like 20 officers there. The whole thing's wrapped off, 5 fucking fire trucks. Really? The accident scene that I was on earlier was worse. It just kills me. It kills me because it would be different. A step
further, under the guise of all these children disappearing and everything. You know how in recent history, everybody, the main thing is like, let's say Jake takes off and goes running down the street, my dog, and they're like, is he chipped? So I took it a step further because I said with the run-of-the-mill, not run-of-the-mill, I'm not being derogatory, I'm saying not judges, not cops, kids, whatever. Multitudes of these people and children go missing all the time. And now that we're into this whole who gets stuck, who doesn't, and most of the sheep are all for it.
Yeah.
What if your kid goes missing? If he was chipped, you'd be able to find him right away. And they're going to get people to do stuff like that. I can completely see that happening.
No,
well, they're already doing that in Switzerland right now. Half the freaking country's already chipped, it seems like.
No,
really?
Dog chips don't work like that. They don't have locators in them. So the only thing a dog chip does is if they get picked up by the SPC or, the dog catcher or whatever, animal control.
Yeah. That's right. They scan it. Yeah.
They scan it, and then all your information is on that chip. They'll get a hold of you, and they let you know that they have that dog. But there is technology out there now where you can get these little tags. They're about the size of a dog tag. And it doesn't matter how far away you are. You could be 100 miles away from this thing, and it'll still connect to your phone and let you know where it is. It's used for your keys. It's used for like stuff like that, or if you're trying to keep tabs on somebody, you can throw it in the car and nobody's getting twice of it. You know what I'm saying? Keep one of those on your kids and keep one of those on your pets, and you'll know exactly where they are at all points in times.
But he's right. They can track the entire ocean where whales go from one end of the fucking planet to the other.
Yep.
Yeah.
It uses GPS and RFID.
They have
Well, I
the
could
same
put in a
technology
migratory
for
pattern of a
people.
humping whale, but I don't know where your kid is. Yeah, that doesn't make much sense.
Well, that's why I said, because we have them for our kids just in case. You know what I'm saying? They I have it on their key ring, so I know where they're at. If they lose their key, at least I can find their key. You know what I'm saying? But if anything happens to them, they have their key ring on them. I know where they're at. You know, if they don't come home when they're supposed to, I can go on my phone and find out exactly where they're located.
It's kind of creepy, if you ask me. How did
It
we
is
ever get
creepy,
along?
but look at the day and age that we live in. I mean, look at her point. Look at her
it's
point that
true.
she's trying to make, and I'm trying to make the same point.
It is, and I get it, and it discourages us from doing those things,
Right.
because we want our privacy, but we also want to find our children.
Right.
So where's the happy medium?
But
There's programs out there. There's programs out there that is not for our children. But there's programs that are, and how do we decipher those two?
But Moonchild, again, you're putting your trust into a government that doesn't work for us.
But where do we start trusting?
Well,
Ourselves.
actually,
Ourselves. That's why
Exactly.
I brought up the technology to you. I mean, just in case you have
But
kids,
that's
you've
what I'm
got pets
saying.
or whatever.
Our technology, we have the technology. We
No, I-
already have the technology.
What
But
I'm
where do
saying
we
is
start trusting our technology? Because this program can't sit there and offer us the same thing as the next, but they're not
Right.
for our children. Where
Right,
do we
but-
start deciphering?
Well,
Just for example, Red Cross, they're for fucking. That's all they advertise is donate blood for the help. They've
Right.
gotten a lot of us. A lot of us has donated to the Red Cross. Donated a lot of blood.
Right.
But are they really for us? Because I mean, they're spending millions of dollars to advertise, but yet still asking for millions.
Well, that's the ASPCA as well. I mean, most of their money income is donations, and the most of their money that they put out on is ads. A lot of the money that they get really goes to paying people up in the higher aspects of it and ads. And a small portion of the donations actually go out to different vets and shelters and stuff like that. And most people don't know that because they don't do.
I understand that. A lot of because I tried to donate twice when I was in high school, and my blood kept on clotting before even a half a bag, and so my blood clotted, so it wouldn't finish filling up the bag, and so they just threw my fucking blood away. I'm like, so my blood's worthless, even at a half a bag. My blood's worthless in high school. And they threw it away.
Right.
And so I was donating because I am a universal blood. So they always stressed to me. My mom always stressed to me. I knew my blood type before I even knew mathematics.
Right.
Because
But if you're clotting and those clots are going into the bag, they can't use that blood because the clots will go back into the next person and it'll cause problems. So, I understand where you're coming from. It's a waste.
The clots wasn't going into the bags. My blood just quit draining.
Oh, okay. My bad. I misunderstood. My bad.
Yes. And so my blood inside me clotted up and stopped the blood leak.
Right.
And so it wasn't that the bag was still good, but because it wasn't a full bag, they threw it away.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is.
That's the waste. But that's the waste in our society. You know what I'm saying?
Because we are Americans and we're spoiled little brats.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna jump off, guys. Anarchy, always a pleasure. Thank you for having me up. Dennison, good to see you. Do stuff. Good to meet you. This is the first time I've ever seen you, I believe. Same thing with you, Moonchild. It was great to see
Yeah, it was
you,
a
and
pleasure.
I hope to talk to you again. I hope
Oh.
I didn't upset you in any way, shape, or
No,
form.
no, never. I'm never upset. I like debates. I like it because it broadens my mind.
Hey,
I got
hey,
you.
and you people, this is a place for everybody to sit anyway. So you're welcome. You're welcome to come in.
I
I'm gonna
thank
peace
you.
out
Yeah.
too.
I understand. I understand about, you got a lot of passion, and so do I. And sometimes people take that as anger, especially when they can't see the person. I can hear
You people,
but yeah,
shut up.
no,
I
I don't want to. All right, guys, for real. Thank you.
Yeah.
Much love.
Hey, my pleasure, man, having you over. I really appreciate it.
No worries. If you're still up, I'll probably come back up later.
Crack
Yeah.
a Pepsi open for me, you
Yeah.
degenerate bastard.
Always.
Shouldn't
I
be
tell you
drinking
what,
that
I'll
shit,
go
man.
inside and I'll double
so
fist
bad
for
for
you.
you.
I'll drink
Double
two
fisted.
just for you.
Yeah.
I'll be like
I'll
Stone
even
Cold, but
go
with
on a
Pepsi.
step further on the camera scenario also, like even what Dennison was saying, it's like it's all for a monetary thing. Like even the traffic cams, they're just doing it just to gain monetary gain from that. They're not,
Yeah.
and it can be used for finding kids, for instance.
In 20 years, they're gonna be tracking everything with it, and then maybe they might, by accident, find some fucking kids. But right now, they don't even have the manpower to operate most of it. They just go with it. They have an automated ticketing system. That's what they bought it for. And in some of the really fancy cities, you can go back and review past footage for up to certain, like in Minneapolis and Los Angeles and like he was saying in Phoenix and Tucson, places like that.
They had them set up here because I'm in Broward County, but down in Miami-Dade, and in one of them they went up everywhere, and everybody was there were people ending up in court left and right, and a lot of people ended up petitioning, and they ended up stopping it because it was just this big bunch of revenue generating horde,
The Chinese sold them that system exactly how it is, and what it does is it tracks the license plates.
Yeah.
So
okay, I'm gonna say something there too, because I've noticed this also down here in Panama City. All these traffic cams, like for instance, they're pointing at your face. They're not pointing at your tag. All right, these things are not pointing at your tag. So if they're looking for tags and stuff, these cameras are not catching them.
No, there's a camera. The camera is for the court paperwork. The device that the camera is on is the license plate reader, and that's what actually counts. So it catches you either going through a red light or speeding, and then it sets the camera off to catch a picture of your face after your license plate already triggers the violation.
Yes, I'll agree to that. But my landlord's son was an ex-cop, ex-veteran, and he used to work for the state troopers, but he quit to go to the coal mines because he made more money as a coal miner than he was a state trooper. Well, he had a friend that works in the FBI, and he came to me. He was there talking to me, and he's like, kind of blown away with my way of thinking because he's not used to that around here. And he told me something. He's like, I shouldn't be telling you this. And he didn't even tell me all details, but he has a friend that works in the FBI, and he sat there and verified that our masks are to kind of update our face recognition.
Yeah, they got cameras that they can do facial recognition, all that stuff through a mask using the infrared, and then on top of that, thermal imaging, and then on top of that, they also have AI programs that will sit there and actually like for instance your walk on how your gait and how you walk, it will actually determine that, and you can actually gain an identity from that.
That's funny you brought that up because a girl, she uses Apple everything. a girl I work with. She's a good girl, and so I'll never like put her down in any way. She legit has a good heart. But she has Apple everything, and she always walks because she used to be in track back in high school, and so she's like 21 maybe, and so she still continues to walk and does her thing, and her Apple Watch will tell her the laps she took to make her mile.
Yeah.
And it maps it out for her, and even shows where she walked up to her car in the parking lot and come back down and finish her lap.
Have you ever heard of those Fitbit bracelets, the Fitbit things?
Yeah, everybody's got them
Well,
now.
the company that makes those, was it Starlab or something like that. Anyway, I can't remember. They put out a map, that shows like where, where it shows where everybody that's wearing a Fitbit has gone. And actually, man, on this map, when they first put it on the internet, man, there's a lot of military guys that were wearing these Fitbits and stuff. And next thing you know, they were showing on the map where these military guys were going into a so-called top secret type of bases or underground bases and stuff, and it was all tracked on that map. You can see the heat signature or whatever from these Fitbits that were, and it was like, dude, you can go down into Antarctica. Antarctica's got, there was Fitbits down in Antarctica, and you can Google Earth the image this area, and it's nothing but snow. But you see the Fitbit, and it's like there's this one particular one I remember. It is nothing but like an oval shape. It's like it looks like a track. It's like evidently these whoever's doing it, it's like this big oval track that they keep on. They walk in walk this track or whatever. But that's out in fucking Antarctica. You know what I mean? And that's just one aspect. But there's all kinds of stuff like here in the States where these so-called secret bases became basically public knowledge when they put that map out.
Because of shit like that, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, actually, a lot of military are actually stopping from that.
And their Fitbits and all. And the thing is, how do you know somebody can't even track you? Like before my accident, I used to walk early every morning, just a few miles up and back. I like doing it.
Yeah.
But and I would never use one of those things, and I never will. But it's like it goes down even on a simple level. It's like you leave your house and get to the point where anything from your refrigerator to whatever the fuck's going on up into your Fitbit thingy says exactly when you're in your house, where you are in your house, what you're doing. That's just bullshit, man.
Well, that's our intelligence communities and our government are frustrated right now because the Chinese are so far ahead of the United States on this with the AI and the face recognition and the social credit system. And that's what this part of this, like, whatever you want to call it.
The boogeyman crap that's going in your arm.
Because they want to close that gap. And, I mean,
so you don't have
I'm not in support of any of it myself, but obviously I don't want the Chinese to be any more in power of it than I want the United States to be, obviously, right?
If they're so jealous, then why do they have so many deals with them?
If they what?
If they're so jealous, then why do they have so many deals with them?
It's not about jealousy. It's about trying to stay on top. Even the elites, the ruling class, all have their own interfighting, right?
Well,
so they all hate us, but they still don't love and respect or take care of one another.
I'll tell you this.
The relationship between the United States and China is very similar, right? There's plenty of special interests on both sides to do, grease palms and do special deals. And then, of course, if you think about it, the people who are in charge of, for example, selling out our infrastructure to the Chinese, well, look at the people we're talking about. We know them: Schumer, Pelosi, Trump, Clinton. Like, these people don't give a fuck about us. And they have houses in China. What do they care? And the systems that they're going to use to oppress us aren't going to be used in their neighborhoods. Ain't gonna be any cameras in their neighborhoods. So yeah, I mean, they have every motivation to make it happen. And if they find themselves in a gulag one day next to one of us by mistake because they said the wrong thing or thought the wrong thing, well, I mean, they'll have the rest of their life to think about it, right?
No, they won't, because I'll slice their fucking throat.
Right? They wouldn't
All right, I'm
last
gonna
long
take off,
there.
man. Good night, ladies. Thanks for having me on, Wayne. I'll talk to you guys
Oh,
later.
no worries, no worries.
Peace.
And it's down to 2.
Ah, well, it's good to hang out with you because we haven't hung out together in quite a long time.
I know, Nikki. I'm so glad you came by. I'm so glad. I really
You know,
am.
it's
Oh, wait
weird.
a minute.
I'm
Who's that?
never up this late. But I don't know what happened to me today. You want to hear a creepy little story in relation to this Ron thing? So anyway, I was just really, I was messed up today. I couldn't get my ass in gear this morning. I was telling Bug Out and everybody, and then it's like I'm still unpacking boxes. You know, look, see, they're all behind me. They're
Yeah.
all over the living room, and I'm like trying to get my ass in gear. And then it came to like around, I don't know, 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I just sat there and I'm like, I'm tired. I mean, like tired. And this just doesn't happen to me during the day because I'm always like, go, go, go. So I was like, F this. And of course, I sat on the couch and my little Jack Russell jumps up and I was like, he's like, yay, you gonna take a nap? You know? And you can't get me near a couch if I feel like that because within 5 minutes, I'm like, you know?
Right.
So I passed out for a few hours. I guess I needed it. I don't know. I've gotten to the point in my life where if my body, it doesn't look like a good one there. Whatever that is.
I got it.
Yeah, I just start listening to it. I don't even ignore it anymore. I'm like, screw it. I'm just gonna lay down. There's been a lot of shit going on in my life the last few months. Is why I'm not streaming every single day, you know, like I was and all. But I had to do this transition, you know. So everybody goes through crap, but I think a lot of it I was kind of mentally exhausted because yesterday was just messed up with this Ron thing, you know. And I don't know. So that's kind of why I'm up really late. So check this out. Remember, what was it the other morning? A few mornings ago. I always say morning because it's morning to me. I usually get up really early in the morning. So I catch a lot of people's late from the previous night going into the morning streams like Ron always did.
Right,
you know?
right.
And I'm the morning girl. And Truth with Tom was on. And I like the old guy. He's cool. He's a nice guy. So he was on, and a few people are hanging out there. I'm like, well, this is cool, man. So I had my iced coffee. I'm hanging out here in the garage. And Tom was like, oh, Nikki, maybe you want to jump up and all? I'm like, well, let me down my coffee and kind of not look like I just woke up out of bed and got the shit beaten out of me, you know? It was all over the place. And then maybe I'll jump in for a few minutes. So I go to jump in and everything, and I'm a PC geek. I mean, I build computers, you know, so if there's a little minor thing, it's not an issue for me. Just a little background before I tell you this. So I go in and, you know, when you enter in StreamYard, it shows your camera, your mic. Nothing was muted or nothing. Mic doesn't show any errors. It's on, it's working like it is now. And I had used it the day before. It was just fine. And so I sat there for a while because people were having a conversation when they're done. He's like, good morning, Nikki, and all that. So I said, hi. I started talking, and everybody's like, we can't hear you. And then I think Ghetto was in there too. And then he's like, well, she doesn't have the mute thing on her thing. And I was like, well, that's weird. So I'm looking, and I said, well, sometimes it's a little buggy. Maybe I'll get out and come back in, you know. So I went out, and I came back in. But, you know, when you first come in, you're not in, you're just in, and you can see the camera on the mic before you're in.
Yeah.
And I noticed it was the same thing. So I'm like, let me get to my desktop because I have a voice recorder just for various reasons. And I did a test there, and it shows the mic's not moving when you're talking to it, but it's there. So the computer didn't say it's disconnected or there's an error or whatever. Then I ran troubleshooting, absolutely no problem. I went in the back end, I did all kinds of stuff. It didn't work, and it wouldn't work all day long. And it actually worked the day before. Oh yeah, best, right. It sucked. It was kind of nice to jump in there. I did want to talk to all you guys. And here's the weird thing. Early that afternoon is when Billy called me, crying his eyeballs out, told me about Ron. Same day.
Wow.
You know, I'm sure I mean, I don't believe in coincidence, but I'm sure it's some kind of coinky dink, you know, that it's just weird that happened. And the thing is, when I first, you know, was on, it was really early in the morning, you know, in the wee hours, like pitch dark and everything else. It's just very strange and out of nowhere. And guess what? This morning, I said, let me open the voice recorder again, because wouldn't it be funny if the thing works fine? Not a problem. There's like nothing ever happened. It was just that. Yeah, it was just that day.
I'll tell you this. I mean, I've been having problems every once in a while. Now I'm doing everything on my cell phone. Okay. And and it's happened to me a couple of times. Now I'll be on somebody's stream on the panel, for instance, and next thing you know, my cell signal and the internet all just drops out, just completely drops out. I have to sit there. I'd have to sit there and turn the phone off, restart the phone, and for everything to come back on, and then I can jump back in on the stream and stuff. It did that like 5 times in a row, and it was really weird, because when that happened, the conversation was very interesting. All right, I couldn't tell you exactly what I mean. There was some very interesting stuff that was being talked about at that very moment when that thing just drops me out. You know what I mean? And then sometimes it was right in the middle of what I was saying. And that was like, I was like, God, this is just, I was ready to just go after. I was wanting to go, if I could reach in and grab the damn browser, I would fucking strangle it. I was so mad. You know,
I know it's kind of weird. I've noticed that over time. I used to keep notes, especially in the past year, of things like that are odd that happen. You know, it is weird.
I did a video. This is I don't know, a couple of years ago, but I was on YouTube just kind of like, you know, watching videos or whatever, just normal stuff. No, I wasn't even using any kind of StreamYard or any of that stuff. Just watching videos, and next thing you know, man, all my screen just starts going scrambled. And I'm like, okay, well, what's going on? So I just, I stopped watching the video, and I'd scroll through like normal and try and find another video. I popped that video up, and it's scrambled. I'm sitting there, what the fuck is going on? I actually made a video of this because I didn't know what was going on. It would do this for a while, like I don't know, like 15 minutes or something like that. I was thinking, you know, I was like, what the hell? Is YouTube going crazy on me? What's going on? You know? And but it was like all scrambled. Now I haven't had that happen to me like recently, but I've been noticing like recently, I don't know if this is YouTube just doing some crazy stuff, but like for instance, the past 2 months, I have not gotten anybody's notifications. You know, nobody's notifications. Yeah, I mean, like for instance, even if I did get a notification, like for instance, somebody doing a live stream, if I got a notification at all, it is after they've already downloaded the damn stream down to YouTube. After the stream is over and they've downloaded onto YouTube, that's when I'd get a notification. But nobody that was actually doing streams or any of that stuff, I don't get a notification. And then my YouTube studio, I'm not getting any notifications if somebody like leaps at on through the and when I go through the stream, I mean the YouTube studio, I'm not getting any of those notifications anymore for some reason. And this has been for the past 2 months. I've been keeping track of it, and it's been bugging me because, like for instance, if I wanted to find somebody that's on live, I'd have to actually go through and go through all my subscriptions and actually, you know, click on it and find out if there's anything going on or not. You know what I mean?
I find myself actually still doing that because there'll be times where, whatever, I'm in some kind of somebody's live or whatever, and I know that I've subbed to them because I've known them for a while, and I'm like, didn't get the notification. I go in there, I'm not even subbed to them. I unsub. I don't unsub. You know,
right?
Just
neither do I.
It's weird.
Yeah, it is. I have problems with that too. I don't get notifications until after the fact that something went on, or like, you know, downloads or uploaded videos. Some people are on time. Some very, very, very few. But if somebody goes live, I don't get their notification till like afterwards. So it's like when I get home from work, I have to I'll just go to my notifications, I check them, and then I start typing in the ones I regularly watch. And then I'll find them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like for instance, Jeremy, when he did that stream the other night, after Ron died, I didn't get any notifications from that at all. The only reason I knew it happened is because somebody texted me telling me what was going on, and I didn't even get, and this is just a regular, like, I think they sent me, what was it? I think it was a comment in one of my videos to tell me what was going on. 8 hours later is when I actually, it was 8 hours after the fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm subscribed to Jeremy's channel. I haven't gotten any notifications from Jeremy's, no matter what he's done. I haven't gotten anything.
Weird. I don't know. I think there's little bugs here and there that they're trying to do. And in fact, like there was a lengthy talk. Remember the other day, whose panel was it on? I was listening while I was unpacking shit. On this whole new terms of service coming up, and the one guy on there was knowledgeable. He was reading it all out.
Right.
And I think those times when they do these major terms of service things, because at that point, if they really are a stickler to those new terms of service that are, I think they're, what is today, the 3rd? I think it's going into effect the 5th or the 6th. This can turn a lot of people upside down. But at the same time, I think when they do that on the back end, maybe on their servers or whatever else, I think they do other things. So what I'm getting at is not everything's a conspiracy theory, but it could be groups like ours or the people that people like us follow, and we get together and talk here and there and whatever. I think there's certain things, and of course the bugs would have to be worked out. They can't do it to everybody because that would be too obvious, right? But can you imagine if they do that to people all over the planet every day, the millions of people that it's happening to, and then it's like after the fact you miss it, so nobody can congregate, talk, and all that. I mean, I just wonder if you had a few subscriptions as an experiment that are just bullshit, just idiotic crap. How to make like shit out of recycled cardboard. It's a live stream, something like that. Interesting to see if you would get the notification on those streams constantly when at the same time you should be getting them on other ones and you don't. Because
that might be a good experiment. I've got a backup channel that I don't even use. I mean, I don't even have any content on it or anything. It's just a backup channel. And it's Anarchy Television 2. I think number 2. I think I got it. Or Anarchy TV number 2. But that's my backup channel.
Number 2 or 2?
Yeah. No, the actual number 2, it's Anarchy TV and then the number 2. All right. Okay. But I don't have anything on it. All right. And but that might be an interesting thing. I should probably just like subscribe to a bunch of like, I don't know, like somebody that does videos of their puppies or something. You know what I mean?
Bullshit channels. Yeah. Somebody that goes live like a few times a week, or who knows? You have to have a dumbass live every day. And see if you get the notifications when you're not getting them where you're supposed to.
That'd be interesting. But I've also, that's another thing too, like these little bots that keep on coming in the chats. I've been noticing more and more of those on live on chat.
Yeah, bots that are like the V something H.ch.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Those are bots. Yeah.
I see them even in big chats.
Yeah, and I've been seeing them even in comments on my videos that I've downloaded, not even on the lives. I've seen them in there too.
Yeah, you can turn that setting off, by the way. What you should do, which I did, is in your settings, in your studio, you go in there and in the settings, find the area. I forget offhand what section it is now. You can disable, like, for instance, anybody that wants to post a link in the comment, you can disable that option, so you won't have that problem again.
I mean,
I didn't know that. That's actually a good tip.
So, is that a link, or is that just that's a weird? Because I see that.
It's a link, and what it is, it's corrupted. From my understanding, it's corrupted, and even if you type it in, and you don't click on it, you just type it in, it will corrupt any device that you typed it in on.
Oh yeah. I don't.
That's
I
what it
I
looks
go
like.
full on them suckers, man. I delete. I time them out. I report it. I go full
But
on to them suckers.
very seldom do you see they're usually under either a Russian name
Yeah.
or a female name. Very
Mhm.
seldom do you see him under like I think I may have seen a male name. What could well I guess it could be a unisex name twice,
Yeah.
but it's mostly female names or Russian names.
Yeah, I
Right.
noticed that too. Yeah.
And I've been noticing it more and more in the past few months. Past probably 2 months, 2 or 3 months probably. And I just like for instance, just on this stream right now that I've been on 2 hours and 44 minutes, I've had 5 of those come in
Yeah.
so far. And
Yeah, I
that's weird.
noticed it a lot. But before we move, we're not. I had my stream going every morning, and whatever we were doing was chilling. I noticed a few. I don't get as many like as some of my other folks at that time did, but I still did. But I noticed it's picked up a lot in the last few months.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing too, man. I might have to what is it what's his name? Oh crap! I just forgot his name right offhand. Oh crap! He's got that disease or whatever, where he Bell's palsy or whatever it is. I can't remember what it is. What's his name? Zach. Yeah,
Zach?
Zach. I should get up with Zach because he probably knows how to deal with all that crap, man. He's a real techie guy, you know.
Yep.
I mean, I probably need to ask him about that, what he thinks
I
about
wonder
these
how
things.
he's doing. I haven't seen him in the last few days. I hope he's doing all right.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm sure once he heard about Ron, he's such a sensitive, sweet, emotional guy.
Yeah.
That has to have really just bashed him in the head,
Dude, yeah, I think Zach's a good guy, man. I really do, man.
he's
I
a
mean,
sweetheart.
he's extremely smart. I mean, you know, oh man, I dig the guy. All right,
He's
and
he's a big sweetheart. He really
yeah.
is. Yeah.
And you know, and him being a techie guy, man. I mean, that'd be something I'd like to ask him about when it comes down to these things. What he thinks and how we can combat that kind of thing. You know
really
what I mean?
Can't. I mean, if you can, like I said on your comments and all, but
right.
The only thing you can do is, as long as you have mods or you catch it yourself, is the only thing you can do right now. There isn't anything else you can do.
I do. I go full on them. I block them. I time them out. I report
they're going
them.
to keep on coming. They're bots. You know what I mean? They're automatic. They're computerized.
Yeah.
And even if you block them underneath one name, they're going to start coming in underneath another name. It's not even a person anymore that's doing it. It's a computer.
Yeah.
It's generating these. And what it's doing is just trying to infest your device, really. Just like anybody that tries to
programs. What you do is you download this little program, and from there you control it, and you can send bots out. That's how that works.
Well, I know. I knew a guy that used to build them suckers, and he puts them on Twitter. Right? He builds them himself. He puts them on Twitter. They're all over Twitter. I mean, seriously.
Oh, really?
You think you're actually chatting with a real person? No, it's a full-on bot. It actually, I mean, you know, it really, like, it texts. You know, like, you sit there and you look at these text messages. It looks like you're talking to somebody, like a person. But no, these are AI bots. You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
He builds these suckers, man. He does it just for fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But so I know it's very possible. If anybody knows how to code, you know, I mean, there's ways of doing it. That's the reason why I was sitting there thinking maybe Zach. I mean, if there's some way of like making bots that would actually go out and hunt these other bots down, you know what I mean? I don't know.
It's complicated. Yeah, it's complicated. I used to code back in the day.
Right.
But you know, it's complicated. It's a lot harder than you think. You know, you can't.
I know.
This kind of stuff.
I don't know how to do that
Just
stuff.
like this one that just popped up here that you showed.
Yeah.
It's just chicken shit stuff, you know. I mean, in some way, I think not all of it is just dumbasses playing around. I think in some way there's a portion of it that's almost a test on some higher level. I don't know who's doing it, but I think part of it is that as well, to be honest with you. This whole
Right.
AI thing. Yeah.
Well, see, that was
But
another thing too when it comes into the AI. This is the new arms race. All right, it's the new arms race. Is this AI systems, and that's like Dennison was also saying. There is all these countries that want to be first. They want to be the ones that control this or be the first one and all that stuff. So you got all these different countries and stuff like governments that are actually trying to be, you know, whoever controls the AI will control the world type of an idea.
true.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
because like I said, it's the new arms race. It's like the new you know, the race for nuclear weapons back in the day. It's the same thing, you
Yeah.
know. And
It is.
that's dangerous too, because you know, when this stuff happens, when they're all racing each other, they take a lot of shortcuts. And that's
Right.
where the mistakes happen. That's where all this
Yeah.
shit. Next thing you know, fucking Skynet for real shit happens. You know what I mean?
Right.
I
It's
mean,
true.
that's what worries me, is because I mean, I start looking at like AI systems, like for instance, the Sophia robot. You know about the Sophia robot,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's Hanson Robotics that puts those the Sophia robots out, and then you got Ben Goertzel that does all the software programming and all that stuff. And he does like was it Singularity Net and all this stuff. And he wants to have like the Internet of Things, everything on blockchain, blah 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 blah, all the Ethereum and blah blah, all this stuff. See,
Right.
this is all connected, because that's the reason why they need the 5G, because they have to have that broader bandwidth for everything to be connected to the cloud and
Yep.
all right. This is also comes in connection with the jibby jab, all right, because the nanotech that's actually being jabbed into you, all right, that will be you can have that wirelessly connected to an app on your phone. All right, you know, they
Exactly.
got on the new iPhones, they got this app that you can't delete. You know, it's like on your phone, you know, when you get it, it's a health app. All right, this health app actually, you know, this will be the next thing that will be connected to the tech that's inside the body after you get that shot. All right,
Yeah.
and then that will keep track of like your heart rate, you know, blah blah blah, all that stuff. All right, and then on top of that, this is another marketing ploy also to kind of get people into it, to be okay with it. Like let's say you have diabetes and you need to get insulin shots and stuff like that. Well, these bots, instead of you getting a shot in the butt, these bots will release the chemical in your body, you know, because your body kind of can produce these things. It'll create the chemical in your body instead of, so you don't have to get the shot. You can do all this on an app. All right. Now, this is all remotely controlled. Now, if you think that you are the only one that has control over that app, oh, that's delusional right there. Because let's say,
To even think that you have control over an app that's not even yours, that's not
Right.
legally yours. It's
Right.
just, well, you know what I mean? You're kind of fucking
well, then,
fooling yourself.
but it's also connected to like all that stuff. That's, if you get this stuff, it's connected to that stuff that's in your body. All right.
Yeah.
And then let's say, like for instance, and then on top of that, this also comes in a line too with the social credit scores, and then the cryptocurrencies and stuff like that. If they take away the cash, this will all be connected on that level. You know what I mean? Where, like, for instance, let's say, let's say you fall a lot, you trip a lot, you're very accident prone. Well, you might not be fit for society. Well, then they need to start taking your cryptocurrency, or your
Right.
social credit score might go down. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why the 5G, 6G, and on needs to have that, because that broader bandwidth, you know, for all the Internet of Things to be connected through the cloud. This is
I've been
instead of
saying that for years, and back then, even Gary was like, "Wow, you're just," even though he's sort of like-minded like we are, he's just not way over there yet. He's just too.
no, but I mean,
He's not-
no,
he's
this
not-
is this
he's
is
not-
the whole
he
thing.
don't
I
just
said
go-
that,
he doesn't
that's
dig
where it
deep.
was going years ago. Because, you know, like I said, I'm a PC geek. I could see this way ahead of time. Because remember, as we're sitting here and we're like amazed by our iPhones. I don't have an iPhone. I got an Android.
I'm not
but
amazed by it.
by all
Nothing
that
ceased
stuff,
to amaze me.
believe me, there's technology out there that is miles and miles ahead of what you've got in your hand right now. It will astound you, you know. So I'm afraid to even dream about what it's going to look like on this planet, or what we're going to have to live with and deal with in a decade
Oh my
from
God.
now.
Nothing ceases to amaze me anymore. Nothing.
Well,
And
me too.
you know, if we can fathom it, then you best believe that they already have the technology to do it.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
some
yeah.
crazy ass technology out there, man.
Well, damn,
I gotta
Purple,
pee
where in the
really
hell did
quick.
you
I'll be
go?
right back. I gotta pee.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, right on. Yeah. Damn, Purple,
I
you popped
agree
up
with
and then
Nikki.
you pop right back out. What's up? Anyway. But yeah, I mean that stuff is this is how, all right, and then the jibby jab and all that shit. This is all just a catalyst to kind of kick all this stuff in, all right, because they want to get away from tracking you on your phone. They want it to go in your body. You know what I
Yep.
mean? This is the next level of the tracking chip.
Okay.
Instead of an actual chip, all this microtech, all this being put in, you know, that it duplicates and replicates itself in your body. It never goes away once you get it. It's always in your body for the rest of your life. It will actually modify your DNA to where, in a sense, it's not natural any longer. It becomes, in a sense, synthetic or artificial. All right.
Right.
And also, if you actually understand it too, when it comes down to patents, you cannot patent something that's natural. You can only patent something that's synthetic.
Right.
Now, if your DNA becomes synthetic, the company that made that synthetic product will now be able to patent and own that.
You can kind of mirror it. You can mirror something, but you're not going to be it.
No. Well, that's the thing. It's like, okay, like Monsanto that makes like like Roundup and like genetically modified corn and stuff like that. Well, the reason why they can patent that genetically modified corn, because it's synthetic. It's not a natural corn anymore. It's not a natural DNA any longer.
And that's
Well,
when you run into problems.
well, that's the thing. It's the thing. Well, that's what they're trying to do with our DNA as people. And then on top of that, your DNA, it replicates, and it's also passed down to your offspring. So let's say, like, for instance, you are now patented and owned by a company. Your DNA is patented and owned by a company. You will have to start paying dues to that company. Your children, your DNA is passed on to your offspring. Your children, before they're even fucking born, when they're born, they are now owned and patented by that company, and they would have to pay dues. All right, this is their point. This is their goal to, in a sense, that control scenario for everybody across the fucking planet. All right.
So would it be safe to say, or would this be another rabbit hole? I'm not sure. I'm not asking this as a direct question. You can answer if you want to. You don't have to if you don't want to. I don't care.
Okay.
Have you ever got the CUF?
No.
And is your blood type a universal blood type?
That I'm not sure about. I'm not even sure what blood type I am right offhand, if you wanted the honest truth. But I mean, if you're one of those universal things, that'll be very valuable, in my opinion.
So would it be safe to say, like, okay, when I want you to say is I would not even make that statement as of it being safe to say, because I don't know myself.
Okay.
But I will say this. This is a worry of mine. People that has never been jabberwockied and has never caught the CUF, that these camps are made for them.
Fireworks off. Oh, sorry.
To kind of see why, because they're going to be like, you're resistant of both. You're resistant of a natural cause, or of a superficial natural cause, or whatever you want, however you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Of a droplet. You know what I mean? That's something that you have to use a droplet unit to protect yourself from, and that's not even promising you 100%. And to you're resistant of even protecting yourself, and you still haven't caught it, and you're not protected. What's wrong with your blood? They're like them making these camps to sit there and do experiments to see why these people are so resistant.
I'm
Resistant
not sure
to
how
what?
to answer.
What did I miss?
I don't even know if that makes
Resistant.
sense. It's a thought that runs through my head because, like, I've worked on multiple. Okay, I am going to put myself out there on a limb. I've worked multiple units. I get tested every week, twice a week. Regardless of what they say about the swabs and stuff like that, I get it. You know what I mean? I do not see the some of the stuff that they see in these swabs. I'm not discrediting these swabs either. You know what I mean? I'm not discrediting saying these swabs they don't exist, but I'm saying for myself, what I get swabbed with, I've never had that experience. And I have pictures to validate these swabs that I get tested with.
That's a whole other subject in and of itself, you know. Seriously.
Right,
The guy that
exactly.
actually created that test, and he's dead now. Coincidence?
Yeah.
Well, but
PCR test, yeah.
but at the end of December, they were supposed to pull all tests off the shelves, and they had regenerated another test, so that because they had validated that these tests ain't very accurate because they're not looking when you so PCR when you go look in the labs and they have it underneath a certain solution. These solutions brighten up a certain aspect of this abnormality, I guess, so to speak.
Okay.
And that's what they're looking for.
Well, I mean, from what I understand, also how they're getting some of these higher numbers too is like even from the tests, the more you magnify, the more likely this is a false positive because I mean you can actually you can have a positive test if you magnify it so much. Like I don't know.
They're looking for a spike protein because
let's go to the core of the question. What are you testing for? What? Let's put it this way: you pick your nose. We all on the same level have a form of staph in our nose, right? And it all depends on your immune system if you're going to get sick. And basically, all this is what? Suddenly, the whole planet went willy-nilly crazy, put a face type on, and went nuts because they're afraid of getting a fucking cold. That's what it is.
Right.
And I get that, but these abnormalities they're looking for a spike protein because that a spike protein is not something normal in a human being.
Right. But I mean, even then, it's like once they magnify over a certain amount, it's like hell. Next thing you know, they're getting a positive test because they found that you had the flu like 7 years ago. You know what I mean?
And then I get that, and that's why I always said that's why I said at the beginning I'm not degrading or anything. All these speculations, I'm not. I just know the tests that I've been giving and why they say I shouldn't be taking these tests. They're not in the swabs. There's this one chemical that they was sitting there saying that's in these swabs. And I'm like, I'm not finding it. I even took pictures. I even took pictures of my swab test. I took pictures of my swabs, and
let me ask you, Moonchild. Let me ask you, how confident are you of these swabs actually being sterile?
Okay. Well, to answer that question, I will answer in a general aspect.
Okay.
I'm not confident in anything.
Okay. No, I was just
they're going to find whatever they want to find when they want to find it.
Right.
And that's how I'm going to answer that question because I won't answer it in a direct answer because how are we going to be confident if we're not confident in this area? How are we going to be confident in any area?
Well, yeah, fair enough. It makes me wonder because I mean, there's three questions that pop up.
Everybody wakes up one day and decides, I'm just going to take a test because somebody told me to. They tried doing that to
I'm
me
just
when I
being
ended up
tested
in
because
the hospital the other month. I said, I'm not
I
doing
don't
it.
discriminate. I do not discriminate how people put bread on the table, whether that's prostitution, pimping. I don't care. I don't care how they put bread on the table. I do not discriminate how people put bread on the table, whether it's dealing drugs. I don't care. I don't care. I do not judge any aspect of how people put bread on the table for their family. And I thought this is what I have to do to put bread on the table for my family. And yes, I am single, but I do keep care of my sister, and I do keep care of my mother and father. And
No, I get it. Some people are in a position where I guess they feel they have to. I'm just one of those stubborn assholes. It's never gonna happen, you know.
But Moonchild,
I
what
I
bothers
get it.
me
I
is like
won't
that.
play
That's
ball
almost
with
like a
them.
form of extortion. They're holding your
It is.
fucking job. It's they're
Exactly
holding
Right,
your
what it
and I
job.
is.
get that. And that's why when about 2 days before I lost my job, I worked 79 hours and 43 fucking minutes on my last week of my job. What was supposed to be my last week of my job, because I had already prepared, and I already have a half a letter written up to the CEO, and I'm like, if your Jabberwocky is so righteous, then why am I the only one unvaccinated here?
Right.
Ooh, easy with that word. You gotta.
Sorry. I only one unjabberwockied. Whatever. No, I do apologize. I do get passionate about it, and I
Yeah.
do kind of ramble off the jaws, and I
Yeah.
do apologize. I'm not trying to get your.
No,
There's no
no,
disrespect.
I don't care. You know what I mean? Me personally, I mean, I understand how YouTube has got all these crazy fucking crap and you're looking for certain keywords and all that. So,
No,
I'm
she's
just
right.
saying,
She's
do
right.
the damn best as you can to kind of like, we know what you're talking about. You can just say it some other way, I guess.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But,
No, and I
we all know.
apologize. I apologize.
Yeah. It's not a big deal. Not a big
Well,
deal.
I'll tell you guys this. I didn't even make a video yet, but I was stuck in that hotel a couple months till this house was ready. And, in between, I was streaming here and there, but I ended up mostly on panels because I was just in a bad spot there. But when I ended up in the hospital with this collarbone bullshit now, hey, Stuart, what's up? I will tell you this, and it's disturbing to me. I was treated like garbage in the hospital for one thing. And by the way, I've been in that hospital. I was airlifted to that hospital years ago with a broken in half face after a horse kicked me in the face. I have a history at that hospital, okay? So they put me in there, I have a busted up face, my collarbone's insanely fucking broken, treated me like shit. And, I'm a stubborn fucking bitch, and it's the middle of the night. I'm not in the mood. And at some point, the woman walks up to me and she goes, okay. And she woke me up. But I wasn't like sleeping, but I was kind of trying to relax because I was in pain. And she walked up to me and she goes, all right, whatever she said. And I'm like, what are you going to do? And she said, well, we're just going to do a really quick test, the CV test. I looked her right in the face and I go, no, you're not. And then I stood up because at that point I was in my booty shorts and I had my pants off. And I went right over and put my pants on. I'm like, I'm out of here. And Dawes was watching over me at that point. And guess what happened? I'm like always, note to self, don't be belligerent anymore. I've gotten a lot calmer than back in the day. And I know Wingnut remembers it, Anarchy. You remember it like I'm like very passionate like you with big mouth and outspoken, but I've made it a point lately to actually, I'm a lot calmer and I pick and choose my battles, but I told her,
Right.
I'm not doing it. I was very matter of fact. I stood up and I said, if you insist that you think you're going to do this shit, I said, I'm not sick. I have a great immune system. You're not doing that crap to me. But where the old Nikki would have been, it's bullshit, this, that, and the other thing. I didn't go there. I just said, I'm not doing it. And I said, by the way, you forget what state we're in, right? We're in Florida. So you're not doing it to me. And I refuse. You can't do it to me. And I said that. So, and I said, if I'm out of here. And guess what? I put my pants on. I walked out the door of my room. And guess who was waiting for me? 3 security guards, and not just any security guards. They were armed.
I was talking to a guy the other day on a live stream, and he went to the hospital and they jabbed him like, with basically without him knowing about it. It was like, he
That's what I'm afraid of.
he turned his head for a second. Next thing you know, the doctor's jabbing him. He's like,
Yep.
whoa, wait, what are you doing? That kind of thing. You know
And
what I
I would
mean?
prostitute. I would prosecute them to the fullest extent because there's no signed documentation. And I agree with Nikki. But coming from a state that is trying to be Republican, like okay, I'm just gonna put this out there. I never gave a shit about any kind of status, Republican, Democrat. I've never given a shit.
Yeah, I'm not into
I've
that
always
left
been
right
independent.
paradigm because it's all the same garbage. It's like I said,
Exactly.
you look at the toilet bowl, it's a lot of turds, but they're all in the same toilet bowl. You can separate
Right.
them.
Well, see,
But a shit. Now coming from medical field, a bowel movement can tell you a lot about medical fucking history.
I was using it as an analogy, same turd. I mean, same toilet, different turd. You know what I'm saying? With the Democrat and Republican bullshit. Everybody.
Well, see, this is the reason why I talk to people like international, because man, what they're pushing over in like Europe or in the UK, for instance, what they're pushing in Australia, what they're pushing in Austria, my God, you will be put in prison if you ain't got this stuff. In Austria,
It's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
When are we going to pick and choose when we're pro-choice? I don't give a crap if you decide if that's what you feel is best for you and your family. Do it, whether that's abortion, vaccination, whatever it may be.
Yeah, but don't push it on me.
I am pro-choice. I'm not going to pick and choose when and where I'm going to be pro-choice. I am pro-choice 100%.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, when I die and get judged, I'm not going to be the one judged for it.
Right.
You pay the consequences of your actions, whereas I pay the consequences of my actions.
I've always believed in personal accountability, and I've said this with Gary in a way I know he gets me, because he grew up, Italian, they're all Catholics and shit. And believe me, I'm like the devil in this family, because I'm like so not even on their level of thinking, that they just think totally different. There's nothing wrong with it, but like William said a while ago, don't put it on me, and I don't care. We can all get along, but I don't like hypocrites. I listen in on a lot of things that people broadcast. And I love these people that are like, we're patriots. It's about freedom and everything else. True freedom is personal choice. So you're responsible for yourself. And ultimately, you're accountable to yourself. So that thing that looks back at you in the mirror every day, that's who should make you feel guilty, sad, happy, proud of yourself. Nobody else. You're accountable to yourself. And the thing is, when I hear all those people about on the flip side, this freedom thing, and then they go off on a tangent, it's almost hypocritical, because true freedom means you don't take a side that is this pro-choice and pro this and anti that bullshit. As a human being, if you truly believe in freedom, you have the freedom to choose and do what you want, and you're accountable to yourself. Period. It's as simple as that. But people just
God gave us freedom.
You gotta complicate it.
God gave us free will.
Well, I don't know who gave it to us, but I'm a human being, and I've got my own free will.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And before I jump off here, because I am going to jump off here, because this reminds me of a song, Michael Jackson, "Man in the Mirror," and I really want to go listen to it. I really do, and I know that sounds cliche and corny, but I'm a person of music, and with that being said, God gave us free will. Why are we making laws on what is right and what's wrong? And why are we sitting there dictating what the Bible says and saying what's right and what's wrong? Because every time I listened to one woman, she had read the Bible multiple times, and she looked at me and said, she saved me while at work and I was a cook at a restaurant, and I've never told many people this story. And I watched before The Boy That Went to Heaven and Back, before that became a movie and a book. I watched his video on YouTube, and I got chills, and I got weak in the knees. I almost fell walking to her to show her the video. And she's like, the Holy Ghost is, and no, I'm not saying this is true. I'm not saying this story is true, but I'm not saying what was said or whatever. I'm not validating what happened is very true.
Well, it's their
Whatever
belief
it was,
system, so in their mind, they believe it's true. So you can believe that another person
right,
is
exactly. And I
believing
give
in what
people
they
that.
believe.
I give people that freedom of open-mindedness, because to live is to love, and to love is to be open-minded and be open-hearted. And not one thing is true. What's true for me, it may not be true for you. I don't know what that sound is. Is that me?
I think so.
I don't know what the heck is wrong. That's weird, because I'm not around any electronics. I'm not even have internet here where I live. But I've been having problems all day with my phone. But what is true to me is not true to everybody. And God, and that's why I believe your Bible is your heart. God speaks to you through your heart. Do not be set-minded on a book. Use your books as a guideline. Use your books as a guideline and follow it, but let your heart speak to you, because God will speak to you through you and who you are. Because everybody's perspective through the Bible or any book that they read is different. I can read a verse, the same verse as you read, Nikki, and
I don't read them. I studied them, and I actually, who was it, Denizen or you people? I was smiling when he said what he said earlier. I've had these conversations with people that claim to be hardcore into their religion, which, by the way, everybody that really knows me know that I'm 100% against organized religion. Can't stand it. It's like government. It's like big government. It's a revenue generator. I can't stand it, because ultimately your religion is in your soul when you look in the mirror. And I don't care what that is, to be honest with you, as long as you're a good person. I don't judge anybody. You know what I mean? That's me. But I know them. And the funny thing is, like, the verses or what we're saying, because I was forced to study them and all that when I went to school growing up. And I love world religions. I've been studying them my entire life. In fact, most people that know me know I speak a dead language, actually. The classics from the Roman and Greek era, I've actually read them in Latin. I speak Latin, which is a dead language. And it's interesting when you go and this is, even ancient history that predates Christianity. The Bible basically, somebody's going to kill me for this. A large portion of it is practically plagiarism, because this stuff is written in some form or another all over the planet, and it's a collection of stories. They're very good. There's a lot to learn from it as a human being. Like I said,
there's a lot to learn from the Bible, but my point is, how do you put a patent on God's word? How does a person make money off of God's word? If they're making money off of it, then that is not God's word.
I heard somebody say this one time. If you see anything, like for instance, if you read the Bible, for instance, and you see anything in that is false, that renders the whole goddamn thing false.
Yes.
I mean, it's kind of like people trying to pass truth off. They got, probably, let's say, 50% of it's truth, and the rest of it is false. Well, that makes the whole goddamn thing false altogether. You know what I mean? Even though you have a sprinkle of truth in there, You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can take those fingers and sprinkle all the truth you want, but is it God's word? I don't give a fuck. I don't
Nobody
give a fuck
knows.
anymore.
That's the bottom
And
line.
that's the thing. That's why I follow my heart. How I treat others and how I act is a reflection of my character. And how others treat
Exactly.
me and how they treat others is a reflection of their character. And
Right.
that's how I live by. Because
It's a good way to live.
I do not have to follow suit by a religion. I do
Right.
not claim and I do not sit there and bow down on my knees to any religion.
Right.
I bow down on my knees to myself because I am me and he made me by his image.
Right.
And I will sit there and try my best to only be a better person than I was yesterday based off of who I was yesterday.
That's a good way to be. Like I said, I don't care what anybody believes. All I care about is you're a good person. You're kind
Exactly.
to me or other people or whatever. Or basically the basic credo is you do unto others as you would have wanted to have done unto you or would want done unto you.
Right.
And that's the bottom
Can I
line.
promote a channel? I watch After School, and it's after like exactly how it's supposed to be spelled, and school is SKOOL. And they're one of their I watch a lot of them, and they have Adam or what's his name? Watts. Something Watts. Crap, I cannot think right now. I do have a lot of fucking Mucinex and Sudafed in my system right now. I'm so sorry. I'm embarrassed right now, but because I do have a cold. I don't know if you guys can hear it in my voice, but I'm so stopped up. But it is I want to say Adam Watts, and but one of their videos is called "The Roadway to Hell is Paved in Good Intentions."
Yeah.
And I thought that was such a good statement. It's not even a title, it's a statement.
Yeah.
The roadway to hell is paved in good intentions. And even
I actually
being
said that quote last night on a stream last night because there's a guy that I've been having some arguments with. He's in the UK. He's an advocate. For the jibby jab. All right. He actually thinks it's okay, and he's actually advocating for the government if they want to come and snatch your ass up, take you to an entertainment center, fucking stick it in your fucking arm. He's okay with that. You know what I mean? He thinks that's what needs to happen. And I'm sitting there, and he's like saying it's only for it's for the greater good. It's for the greater good. I'm like, motherfucker, the road to hell is paved with the good intentions. You know?
I'm so tired of hearing that fucking phrase, the greater good.
Me
yeah,
too.
I am too.
God gave us free will. Then if nobody else is going to give it to us, then you're not God. Fuck you.
Well, but the thing is, man, it's like it irritates me. I'm serious. I was on a panel last night with him. All right, and I'm serious, man. I was like I'm gonna, if I could get a hold of you, I would fucking choke the fuck out of you, you fucking cunt. I was like so pissed
I'd
off.
help you.
My fucking blood pressure got so high up. I had to actually stop. I had to just get off the stream altogether. I mean, the guy that was holding the stream, I love him to death. He's a good guy. But the dude that I'm talking about, man, we had him on the stream, and he tries to manipulate the whole goddamn panel and all that stuff and all that shit, and he's sitting there pushing this narrative, and I'm sitting there, I'm just like, motherfucker, I'm serious.
I was gonna say, knowing you, how are you on a panel with that dude and didn't blow up? Because I don't see that.
Dude, I can sit there. I can point you to that stream. That guy, his stream is still on the.
I need to keep my blood pressure low. I definitely don't need that.
Oh, dude, it got me hot, dude. I was sitting there. I sat there quiet for the longest time listening to this shit because there was like about 6 or 7 of us on the damn panel. All right, I'm sitting there and everybody's like going at it and all this other stuff. I'm sitting there listening to this shit. All right, like for like 2 hours of this stuff, man. And I'm sitting there kind of quiet. I might have a thing to say here and there. I was kind of do this, but it got to the point, man, where and I'm talking with most of these people are from the UK. All right. So they got this different attitude on how they handle stuff, and they kind of tiptoe around stuff. I'm not like that. I'm very straightforward, very blunt, you know what I mean? And then when I get into that mode, and especially I'm sober, my edges are so much sharper. All right. I'm serious. I'm sober. This is like I was like I just went off. I went off on him. I was like, listen, you motherfucker, I want to strangle the fuck out of you. You goddamn. I mean, I went off, and I had to just leave because I was like, dude, I didn't want to ruin the guy's stream and all that stuff. I mean, because I actually like him, and he does a good job. He does panels like this too. But that's where but this is me going all international and stuff. I start talking to all these people and stuff, and because like over in the UK, they're promoting all these damn booster shots and all this other shit, you know, and then like you know, oh man, it's getting bad in the UK when it comes down to that. And then lockdowns. I mean, they just had a lockdown in Wales over the fucking holidays. All right. I mean, you would not. I mean, it's just amazing how many people are complying with this shit. You know what I mean? I'm serious. There's a guy I know. He did a live stream. He did a live stream. He went out when the damn lockdown was going out. It was a fucking ghost town. I was like, holy crap, man! It was really. Oh man. Hey, is that Zach?
It's Zach, yeah. And I was like, we were
talking about what's up, Zach? I was just asking about you, man. I want to figure out how you're one of them techie guys. I mean, I want to figure out how we can get rid of these bots that keep on coming in the chats and stuff. If you know, maybe you can figure out how we can do this. But yeah, that's awesome. I'm so glad to see you here, Zach.
Yes, yeah, I love Zach.
Zach's
I'm
a good
gonna
guy.
Down because I don't like doing live streams very much, and I feel like there's a lot of people in the stream, and I'm getting nervous.
Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Seriously, I mean, this is my place, man. I mean, you can put your feet up, be relaxed. You know what I mean? That's where it's at, man. Because I mean, like I said, I mean, I kind of
never came up if it wasn't for me taking some shots of moonshine. I'm not gonna lie, and I do use it as a home remedy.
Alcohol will kill the coof, man.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like every year. Hey, I have never caught it. I have never got Jabberwockied. I do apologize. You're just correct me when I'm wrong, okay?
Okay.
I would never be offended because I'm on your turf. And I've never, got it, and I do believe, like, when I work units. I do take one swig of at least 160 proof of Shine a day, and I take my turmeric, zinc, and all that.
Right.
I take my vitamins, and my dad has a compromised immune system. My dad has one good lung, and he has COPD, and he always picks me up from work. And he doesn't get it, and so he takes his shot with me, and so I mean, I'm not saying this is disclaimer right now. Right. I'm not saying this is a medical advice, but I believe the old timers were onto something when it came to Shine. You know what I mean?
Well, let me ask you, when it comes down to the Shine, are you getting somebody to make it for you, or are you buying that Tennessee Shine that they make?
No. I don't buy. No, here in West Virginia, we know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody.
Yeah, I used to know a bunch of them hillbillies up in North Carolina mountains, boy. I'm gonna tell you, make some good Shine up in there.
Right.
I'm not a drinker myself, but man, I've tasted some good Shine. I mean, that's the reason why I asked you what flavor, because man, I've tasted all kinds of really good flavors.
Oh man, the sassafras! You should try our sassafras I can get.
Oh man! Well, see, I used to know a guy.
Sassafras grows in Florida, and it's funny because when I was up with Bug Out, and then I stayed with Uman over Christmas, I told him I had a bucket in my truck with shears, gloves, bags, the whole 9 yards. Because I'm like, wherever I walk, I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna grab those plants and bring them home. But sassafras actually grows up there naturally, and I'm like, I need to get a hold of this shit.
Where
You know,
are
I
you
wanna
thinking
sell it.
about going, Nikki?
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
just
how,
so you
where
know.
up here in the north are you thinking about coming?
Oh, well, I'm not gonna say exactly, but
No, no, I'm like you're thinking up in this area where I'm at, up in this area maybe.
I actually spied a few things there. You
Yeah,
know, well, as you know, they've got a lot of great deals for now. But what I
right.
noticed, because you know, Uman's parents, they live in Florida now, and so after we left Bug Out, you know, everywhere I'm always looking at the land going around, and it's getting built up. You know, people are snatching up land as fast as you can say boo.
Yeah.
And so it's not going to be cheap for long because it's dirt cheap, you know, when you get
Stay
up
away
there
from
as
West
far as
Virginia. Just
that and
stay.
taxes go. And don't get me started on taxes because I don't believe in those. But hey, you got to play ball, right? For right now
Right.
until
For
anything
now,
changes.
anyway, I
But
guess.
that's a whole nother conversation.
And we
Yeah.
can have that conversation too. Where eventually, I'm serious, man. Like I said, this is my house, man. This is what we're gonna do, and I'm gonna kind of I'm gonna continue what Ron does on that end of it. I'm gonna continue because I mean I started this. I mean I love the conversations, and I want to be this international. I mean because this koofy crap. This is not just here in America. This is world fucking wide, man.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's
You
a
know,
worldwide problem. Yeah.
it's a
And then
It's
to
so
be
worldwide.
brought your
frustrating
boss.
because they're so segregated. Like this is America, and we got this problem and everything else. And no,
No,
that's not
No.
true. Right
yeah,
now, this is a worldwide issue,
yep,
and people need to wake the hell up. You know
yeah.
what
And
I
with
mean?
that being said, all I want to say is find our fucking children.
Children.
Yeah. No shit. No shit. I mean, I'm glad you brought it up because that's a very good issue too, man. And it's like, I don't understand why, it's not a bigger issue. You know what I mean? Hell, our children, that's the most important thing right there. That's the innocence right there. That's what really drives me nuts about abortion also. You know what I mean? People making this, murder legal. I mean, come on. That's about what it is, man. Because in my mind, once conception happens, you're basically murdering, you know?
Yeah, I agree. But you know, again, like I said, if you're one of those, like I said, all these patriots get up there. If you're about true freedom means everybody has the freedom to make their own decision, whether you believe in it or not. You as a human being make your own decision, you know. And this is where and I can remember even since I was little, I was on the phone for a long time with somebody that goes way back actually with me and Ron from a few years ago, and we actually touch base on that subject, you know. Um, so it's like I'm kind of a purist when it comes to that, and even Gary accuses me that he's like, you simplify everything too much. What is simpler than uh, you have your freedom as a human being, and it starts and stops right there. You know what I mean?
Right.
And what I can't stand is the one thing I always asked when I was younger, going back to that, is I see politicians get up there, and one of the main agendas, without fail, when people go to get selected, not elected, and all that crap, is their platform on the A word, you know, that A word and all
Yeah.
that. And I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with your politics and all that crap? But I get it, you know, because you can sway the public that way, and it's such a heated debate. But here's the thing: this is an intimate decision a human makes between themselves and what you see in the mirror, and it
Right.
shouldn't go any further than that. It has nothing to do with somebody that throws a tie on and gets bought and paid for by big corporations that you end up voting for and wasting your gas money and time. By the way, don't get
Right.
me started on that.
I hear you. Hey, Independent Mini United, man. You should get up here, girl. I mean,
Yeah, that's
um,
awesome.
yeah, she's a good girl. I like her. She's I
Are you
mean,
kidding me? I love her so much. Yeah, she's awesome. But
but
anyway,
yeah,
like like I said, in that case, I'm neutral because you could walk to the door and completely have a different viewpoint on some things than I do. And that's where like Gary and the people are like, you're a total hippie. Because I don't care. Because all I care about is if you come in, we can laugh, share a drink, go out in my garden, do whatever you want to do. The only thing is, it's like I get teetotaler sometimes. I'm like, really? I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
And, but you know, the thing is, because I'm so lenient with everybody, because my whole thing is I want everybody to be happy and do stuff, and
Yeah.
I just let everybody think what they want to do. And hey, and at the end of the day, like I said, and I always say, you're accountable to one person, and that's what looks back at you in the mirror. And you know, Virginia and I had this conversation. I said, too many people want forgiveness or absolvence, you know, from outside entities or people, whatever you want to call it, when ultimately, you know, you have to answer to yourself. And until you can be accountable like that, you're not making any progress as a human being.
Zach, what is happening, bud? How you doing, Zach?
There's Zachy.
Good to see you, man. We were just talking about you earlier. I'm so glad you popped in over here, man.
I am not a Brian. Is that Brian? Yeah. Oh no,
Huh?
I can't even see. My screen's all fucked up. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I am not a teetotaler. Everybody knows that.
So how you been, Zach? How you been, man? Oh, right on, right on.
All right. On that note, I'll be right back. I had to put more ice in my non-teetotaling drink. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I decided. I'm gonna. I'm actually. The reason why I started the stream tonight is because I want to honor Ron. You know, from Dangerous Freedom. I want to honor Ron. So that's what I'm doing. I'm honoring Ron right now because honestly, man, like for instance, you, like for instance, Nikki and a few other people, like for even people in the chat, I would have never met you guys if it wasn't for Ron. I mean, honestly, you know what I mean? So I really appreciate, I want to say thank you to Ron up there and all that stuff. If he's watching us, you know what I'm saying? And I'm glad you showed up, man. I mean, it's like I was kind of wondering where you were at, because I didn't know, if you would pop up anymore. I mean, you know, and I haven't been getting notifications from anybody's out there, so I really haven't seen anything going on. So, yeah, I wanted to catch up with you anyway. Right on, NC girl. That's awesome.
I'm thinking about picking up the torch with Jeremy.
Well, that'd be awesome. That'd be cool. Yeah. I mean, honestly, man, you know, I didn't get the notification when Jeremy went on live the other night. I didn't get that notification, and I watched a lot of it this morning because I had to go back and watch it. But yeah, and I think that would be cool. And you know, get him hooked up, man. I mean, me, what I do, I mean, because I'm on the free stuff when it comes down to StreamYard. So I just have like I don't know, like 10 accounts, so I can keep that free 20-hour thing keep on going. I just switch to another account when my 20 hours are up. I just switch to another one. I don't want to pay for it. I can't afford to pay for it. So that's the reason why I've been doing that. And it's been working so far because I mean, you know, I can do 20 hours pretty easy. Yeah. That was another thing too. I was wanting to ask you, Zach. You know these bots that keep on coming into the chats and stuff. You know what I'm talking about? You know, it's like a I don't know. It's like a Russian name sometimes, and got like a little thing on the. There's got to be a way to get rid of them suckers or attack them suckers, man. Because all I can do is just like remove it or block it or put it in timeout and blah 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 or report it. That's all I can do. I didn't know if you knew of any way we can, like, I don't know, make a bot that go after the bots. I don't know. That would
That
be
sounds
cool.
kinky.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. You know I'm always going to go there. Whatever.
You'll never get it typed, Zach, if you keep laughing.
Oh, Deb is back.
NC Girl said there was a couple of streams going on at the same time. Where's her? I'll get it back on there. Where does she say it? There it is. Yeah, we have two streams going now. Broken Patriot has opened the bar for Ron too. Somehow we got to get these two streams together. That would be awesome. But yeah.
Yeah, once I get off here, I'm gonna end up hitting this. Oh God, I can't believe it's 12 o'clock already. Yeah, once I get off here, I'm gonna go to bed. Yeah. Eventually, I'm actually not tired now, which is weird because I'm never up this late. I'm usually getting up about 3-something hours from now.
Go ahead, Zach.
I'll try and see if there's a way to block certain words in the back end.
Right on. Yeah, because I mean, I don't know how to code and all that stuff. I don't know how to do all that stuff. And I know you're a pretty good techie guy, so I know you can probably figure it out. Yeah. What's up, Devil Dog? I saw you in there. Good to see you in there, sir. Rescue and yeah.
I was thinking of one thing, Ronald was got a kick out of my iguanas because, I'm the iguana killer. And the funny thing is or was it today? Man, I'm going senile. All right. So it was way too early. And I'm sitting on the patio and I hear a noise. I'm looking over and there's this monster on the patio deck. I was like, seriously, dude? You're going to get me started this early? Yeah, so picture so we have a new word, canal compost. Fuck them. Yeah. But I said, in a way I almost started crying because I said, if Ron's watching this now, he's probably cracking up like, get the iguana, Nikki. I'm like, hey, Ron can have a conversation with that bitch up in heaven right now.
Right.
Iguanas go to hell. Oh, right.
Yeah. Well, you won't have to worry about iguanas if you move up north. I'm telling you.
I know. Yeah, it's funny. I was up because Blue Man Maria's Park was Port Charlotte. It's actually an awesome RV park. It used to be a military base. It's huge. And when we were out farting around, I did see one or two. Hardly even close to what I see down by me here because it's super hot and they have more cold snaps up there, the further up north you go.
Dude, it was freezing this morning. It was freaking cold as hell this morning, dude.
How cold?
Dude, it was like in the 30s. It was freaking cold, man.
That's ridiculous nonsense.
Dude, Devil Dog, don't get me wrong. It get below 60. I'm freaking shivering, man. I'm like,
yeah, that's the problem with me. And everybody's like, we have a cold snap. It's 58. Yeah. They're like, you're such a pussy.
No. See, you don't understand. It get below 60 degrees. I'm bundling up and layering up and everything.
No, it's funny. Like we were hanging out in the toy hauler. He had to get an extra space heater because there's a little fireplace. And I had my ugly purple thing on. I showed Bug out in Virginia, like my pajama pants. It was totally not sexy, and I didn't give a fuck. So I was like, I'm totally bundled up, like top to bottom. I'm like, what's wrong with this picture, man? I'm in Florida. I shouldn't be like that. But I'm like, dude, it's at least 15 degrees warmer down by me right now. I mean, we do get a little cool down here, Not like up there, man. That's just some crazy shit.
Go ahead, Zach.
It's 21 degrees here right now.
Oh, hell no. I wouldn't even know to do that. Fuck that. Like, I'll tell
Hey,
you
Zach.
what, Blue Mountains.
Love you, buddy.
Well, I'll tell you what it is here now. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, it's 18 here. Yesterday it was down to 4.
What? 4? For fuck's sake. Oh, see, we're having a cold snap. That's actually why I'm kind of cold. It's only 61 degrees here.
It's actually, I just looked. It's now 40 degrees right now. 40 degrees where I'm at.
Oh, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's freaking cold, man. I got the heaters cranked up, man. I'm all bundled up in the house, man. Dude, I'm even thinking about bringing all 5 of my dogs in here just to get some heat going, dude.
Yeah, fuck that crap, man. That's like New Jersey cold. I don't even speak that
It doesn't. It's like
It is only
maybe like 3 or 4
61.
days out of the freaking whole winter, but still, that's like that's too much. You know what I mean?
Dude, I'm subtropical here. 60? Like, that's like the minimum temperature. Like, this time
Yeah.
of year, I rarely ride the motorcycle because, you know, the wind chill. So it's good when you're sitting, but once you get on a motorcycle and you're moving, it gets really cold. So it's like when it hits the middle 50s, dude, I'm out. I'm not right. And I'm like, well, I've got like Oliver went back to Illinois and he's like, motherfucker, it's like 10 degrees and it's snowing. I'm like, sucks for you. All right.
Yeah, Rescue said it's like 34 where he's at. Eddie said it's 23. Brian was like saying 24. Golly, man, that's freaking cold, man.
Yeah, F that, man. I don't even speak that language. By the time you guys are finished your first coffee, I'm in shorts already.
Right?
Suck it. I was waiting for that.
Yeah.
How about that? You're number 1 too.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, let's see. That reminds me. Oh man, if I could remember, I can't see. Now that I'm doing the StreamYard myself, I don't know how to change my avatar. When I'm just in the StreamYard, like as a just another panelist or whatever, I can change my avatar all the time. I don't know how to do it when I'm actually hosting, but I've got an avatar is just perfect for Zach.
You can go to, I believe it's like camera advanced option. Wait, where is it?
I'm on a cell phone. I'm not on
that's
a
right.
laptop.
You're getting that.
Yeah, I'm on a
Shoot,
cell phone.
You're not on a computer. Crap.
Yeah.
How do you
Zach,
put that
buddy,
out
bring
your
it.
phone over
Go
here?
ahead, Zach.
Weird.
And yes, guys, I'm high.
Now, how do you do all this from your cell phone without it overheating? Because I remember back in the day, and it was early on, I'm going back a couple years, Ron and I would be on with like Billy and everybody, and it's like my phone constantly overheated when I was with him. Like
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm probably really ruining the battery in this sucker because I've got it plugged in, charging at the same time too. So I don't know. You know, it's not getting that hot at the moment. You know, I mean, it's a little warm, but it's not really that hot. But I'm not sure. But like I said, it's probably ruining the battery. And it's one of those cell phones you can't take the battery out either.
Oh, really? No, that's amazing, actually, because, yeah, mine would totally shut down. I had to prop it up on, like, an ice pack to keep going.
Oh, that probably worked.
When I wasn't using the computer. That's crazy. But cool.
Yeah. How are you doing, Devil Dog? How are you doing today?
Oh, not too bad. Just kind of chilling.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing here.
Yeah.
You know, Just trying to live, laugh, and love. Send all that love out there. I trying to continue that stuff that Ron did on his channel. Because like I was saying to Nikki, and it's like in Zach, it's like I met them two through Ron. It's like if it wasn't for Ron, I probably would have never met him. You know what I mean? So I'm giving tribute to Ron right now, basically.
Yeah, I ran into a lot of people at Ron's channel that I'd see here and there, different places I went.
Yeah, I don't get that. I feel like I'm still in a stupor. I just can't believe that happened. It's weird. It's kind of weird, I was really tight with Ron. I don't really quite even. I haven't known what to say, so I've been kind of hiding. Talked to a few people on the phone, but it's kind of a weird thing to absorb and deal with,
Yeah. Well, this is
Ron to me was like K is to Zach, so Zach gets it. That was, we were tight. Whatever. It's just weird.
Well, I want to make a place where people can come and put their feet up and have good conversations. Everything from very substantive type conversations or just having fun. So we can sit back and relax. And I mean we can get into whatever conversation. It doesn't matter really, but but I want to make a place where people can feel comfortable and they put their feet up. And kind of thing. That's my goal, really, for the panel, the live streaming scenario.
Griswold, what's up? I didn't see Griswold in a while. All right, so fun or not, right? So, all right, Zach, show us your tits. That's wrong. I had to say it. Ron's famous sentence. Yeah, it's a weird thing. I haven't really absorbed it quite so much. I try to keep myself busy. I got really tired today. Couldn't get off my ass. It's just a weird thing. When you try to convince yourself, you try not to think about it. It's all you think about, because it's messed up. But more importantly, I'm thinking about his two children.
Yep, that definitely came into my mind also, man. You know what I mean? I was thinking about that too, because I mean, I hope everybody over there is okay and all that stuff. I mean, I don't know what exactly, how they're gonna deal with everything. I'm not sure exactly. I don't know.
I know he's got his mom and his sister over there, so I know they're gonna take over and help those kids. I mean, look. One's a young adult, one's practically there, but still, when you talk about in the history of their family, they've already seen this and lost their mother, and so now they have to deal with this stuff with Ron. That's a messed up situation, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, and that's another thing too. Like I said, I think Independent Mini United. I think she spoke to his parents and all that stuff. So I think she knows a little bit more details of like some of the stuff. But I don't really know all that stuff right now. But and I'm not even sure exactly what was the cause. I can guess, but I don't know for sure. Go ahead, Zach.
I'm hopping down because Jeremy is on.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can I can shut this thing down and we can go all over there, man. I mean, it don't matter to me. It don't matter to me. I was just really, like I said, I popped on really because I just wanted to do a tribute in a sense, because I did a short video this morning when I got the message and all that stuff, and I've been thinking about it all day, off and on. Because like I said, I was like, really, concerned about, like for instance, my mom, she's 70 years old. I worry about her. You know what I mean? So, it just brought all that stuff, you know, back to reality in a sense, since none of us are guaranteed to wake up in the morning. You know what I mean?
Nope.
And so I wanted to do all that stuff. I don't know. And Zach, if you're going over to Jeremy's, I might be over there later, man. I might end up shutting this thing down in a little bit and then wandering over there myself. Hey, you have a good one, Zach. I'll see you later.
Yeah, indeed. I deal with that with my foot every day, which few people close to me actually know about, but there's no guarantee I'll wake up in the morning. And especially it actually went south on me last week, and it's still not that good right now. And, I deal with this stuff every day. So to me, every day that I wake up is insanely important, and I'm thankful for it. And so that kind of crap seriously affects me, you know what I mean? Because like you said, you just never know, Only good thing I can say is that I know he passed in his sleep, and you always want to wish and pray that everybody can go that way, right? Because you're sleeping, it's painless, and that's it. You're just gone, So you don't have to suffer, and I like that.
Hell, I think that's probably what he wanted. Didn't he? Isn't that how he wanted to go?
Mm-hmm.
I think I remember him saying that one time. Which
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. We had this conversation earlier, man, when you people was on, when we were talking about ghosts and stuff.
Yeah.
And I knew a guy when I was living in it was Gainesville? Yeah, no, Tallahassee. No, it was Gainesville. I was living. No, where was it? It was Tallahassee. I think it was Tallahassee. But anyway, no, it was Gainesville. It was Gainesville, Florida. But anyway, I was living out there, and there was this coffee shop I used to go to all the time. All right, and there was this one guy. He wasn't a homeless guy, but he used to come down to this coffee shop and always bum money from everybody or bum cigarettes and stuff like that. He was kind of like a fixture, he was like a part of the town in a sense. Well, there was one day, man, a couple of guys went over to get him, because they were going to go do some stuff that day or whatever. And evidently he passed in his sleep. Well, I didn't know nothing about this stuff, all right? I didn't know nothing about it. I was sitting in the coffee house, all right? I'm sitting there at a table. The place is completely empty. Even the people that worked there, they were in the back room, all right? I'm sitting there at this table. I'm sitting there at just drawing at this table, and sometimes when I get into a drawing and something like that, I really don't notice like what's going on around me sometimes. I'm so intent on what I'm doing. Well, I was sitting there drawing, and I heard that guy's voice say, "Hey, Wingnut, what's up?" And I mean, I literally, I was like, it wasn't like in my head. It was like I heard it. You know what I mean? So I look up as if like, like he's like, because I was thinking maybe he just sat down. I didn't see him sit down, and and he was like, and I look up. There was nobody there. There was nobody in the whole coffee house. And I'm sitting there. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I find out 2 hours later that he had passed on. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, what the fuck? Maybe that was his ghost that just came in and kind of stop in and say, hey, you know what I mean? I have no idea. It was a weird scenario.
Yeah, he was saying bye to you.
I guess. We actually had, he was cremated, and then, and his ashes were put in a 40 ounce of Mickey's Ice. And then took down to the water, down to the beach, and fucking dumped his ashes out there in the beach and stuff. We had a eulogy right there in the coffee house, man. It had like open mic night and everything. It was pretty cool.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Because I mean, he was like a fixture. He was there all the time.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah.
And
if somebody dies, the old, like, because, I come from European background. I went through this with my husband at the time, Steve. if you see the dead in your dreams, which you usually do if you're close with them in the first couple nights and they talk to you, remember what they said. It's always the truth.
Right.
It is. It's a weird thing too. Cause then I was like, oh great, you know. I'm like, now Ron's gonna be stalking me from up there. He'll get a kick out of me waking up on patio.
Dude, he's gonna be sitting there trying to see your tits. I'm serious. He's gonna be sitting there watching. Yeah, he's gonna be like, show me your tits, Nikki.
Can
He's
you
gonna be
imagine I'm
sitting there.
taking a shower, I get out or something, I sit in the bathroom in front of the mirror, and I see like in the cloud of haze on the mirror, show me your tits. Like, oh,
Yeah, yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah. Yep.
Or even worse, you could get out of the shower and see that one cowboy hat on the floor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Hell yeah. That's right. Celebrate the life, man. Celebrate his life, man. Seriously. That's what it's all
I
about.
hope he's where he wanted to be. Back down here on the beach, you know, or on a boat and looking at the ocean and that stuff. I'm sure that's where he is. It's a
Oh,
cool
dude,
place.
hell yeah. Sitting on that, what is that bar next to the fucking beach and stuff, like his background.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey,
Hey, Independent, how you doing, girl?
I'm good. Oh, sorry. Hold on. I've got your rookie move here. I got your stream going. There we go. It's hearing you in stereo. Yeah, I know I can't come up very often until late at night because my kids are awake, but my husband's trying to distract him for a little bit, so I can
Okay.
come up and say hi at least.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, I really appreciate what you're doing here, Wingnut, and that's why, you know, I'm trying to help out and spread your channel around and connect people to it. And you know, I just think you have a really, you know, you've talked about your temper, which I can totally relate to, believe it or not. And I think I don't see that. I see you like really being even-handed and calm and giving people a chance to speak and have their voices heard. So
Independent, have you seen some of those streams over where I'm sitting there going on when we're talking to Crinkle?
No.
Oh my
I
God.
haven't seen this yet.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
wanna
When
see
when
that.
me and Crinkle get, I'm serious. Crinkle is a character. I'm telling you, that man needs a lot of help. But yeah, he's one of them UK guys that's like all about like he's all about the government and sitting there, forcing the jibby jab in you and stuff like that. He's all about. I'm serious. Last night or yesterday, for 2 hours, man, we were sitting there, with a bunch. Now there's probably about 6 or 8 of us on this damn panel. And he kept on and kept on and kept on. I blew up, man. I was just like, I was just like, man, I just want to choke the fuck out of you, you stupid
Right.
motherfucker. You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
it got my blood pressure up so bad. I mean, I shut off the stream and just sat here for like 3 hours just to calm down because I was like I'm serious. I was so frustrated with that guy. And
Well,
and
go ahead. Sorry.
no, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that, like, you know, that's part of the powers that be's plan is to keep us, you know, separated from each other. And then it's like when we have all this pent up anger, as soon as somebody, you know, on both sides, as soon as somebody says something that goes against what we believe, it's like we just explode because we don't have a chance to like have these normal conversations. I mean, even this isn't normal, like, you know what I mean? Like, or at least it
Right.
wasn't for me not that long ago to like be talking with people through technology instead of out in public or at a party or, you know what I mean, at a bar, whatever. Like this isn't how it's meant to be, you know?
Well, I'll tell you this. See, I'm old fashioned. I've been talking on a CB radio since I was 14 years old. I still talk on it daily. All right. And then now the conditions are so good right now. I'm starting, we can get international type talking and all over the country and stuff like that. So I've been doing it for a long time on that end of it. And so it's not new to me when it comes down to the like networking through some type of technology. Right now, I just consider like this YouTube thing as another way of networking. It's another medium to do it. I'm not on any other social network on the internet except for YouTube at the moment. So I just kind of, you know, keep it simple, stupid type of scenario. And
Yeah.
you know, like even my channel, majority of it, it's on CB radio shit, you know what I mean, or skip conditions and stuff like that. But you know, since I started getting this StreamYard, you know, working right, and I can actually do panels and stuff, that's where the, you know, I can get more of the conversation, and I can do it international. That's what I like about it too, because I don't have to just be right here in America or within 100 miles of me. I can go international with this stuff, and that's what I like. And honestly, man, if we can communicate, we can put our heads together, we can find solutions, and that's what I want, is to find solutions. Because honestly, man, like you said, the powers that should not be, they don't want us talking, they don't want us communicating, they don't want us putting our heads together, and I don't want to give them what they want.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
And like I said, I mean, you know, you know, that was what was getting me, is like, like for instance, I can sit on some of these panels, like I said, there's a couple of these guys that I talked to that are all in the UK, all right, and we sit there and get on this subject of the Jibberwocky crap, all right, and then, but you know, there can be about, you know, 5 or 6 of us on a panel, and we can have a totally a good conversation. Not a lot of fighting. We actually, you know, we wait for everybody to kind of finish what they're saying before, you know, so we're not talking over each other. But as soon as Crinkle comes up, it just chaos, man. It's freaking chaos. Because
I've never heard of him.
Oh my God, dude, I don't know, but yeah, he's a UK guy. He's yeah, I mean, you know, put it this way, you talk to anybody in the UK, they probably know of him. But anyway, put it this way, if you guys are interested, which, you know, I'm not saying, but if you guys are interested, he's got a YouTube channel. His name is Henry Krinkle, and it's Krinkal. You know, instead of C, it's a K. But Henry Krinkle. That's his YouTube channel. Now he does a few of these things, but he's just crap. But I don't go to his channel. He goes to other people's channels and spews his crap. Gets on panels and stuff like that. Yeah, and like there's this one guy. His channel is SG, just the letters SG. That's his channel name. And he's in the UK, and he does these panel sections, you know, where everybody talks and all that stuff. And that's where I actually, you know, that channel and a couple others, man, that's how I actually came across Krinkle. And I've spoken to him now, probably about a dozen times. All right. And I mean, you know, he might be an all right guy, you know, whatever, but yeah, there you go. Independent. Yeah, there you go. She got it up right there. That's his channel right there. If you guys are interested in seeing the opposition, if you're, you know, if you're interested in seeing the opposition, because he totally advocates.
Is that the right one? I mean, because there's a couple out there. So it looks like a gorilla or something.
Yes, that might be it. Let me double check.
Hey, Independent.
Yeah.
That one, Know Your Rights, that one workbook, 31 pages. I put the URL for that in private chat because you said that yours was over the amount of characters. This one's a shorter one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, thanks. Because I opened that too. I saw that and I opened it and saved it in a separate tab. Awesome.
Yeah, Independent. That is the right one. And but yeah, there was there's a guy in the. Well, dude, I mean, I haven't done it on his channel in particular. I haven't done it to that, but I can point you to a channel where we have been on a panel together. I can point you there. Like I said, SG's channel. That's all it is. It's just the letter SG. Let's see if I can. Here, hold on. I'll find it and I'll post it in the chat.
I wouldn't be able to do that. Then I would lose my mind. And I've actually worked very hard at being a calmer, cooler, collected Mickey, in case you haven't noticed. I'm sorry. I'm not like not quite as much of a crazy bitch as I was a couple years ago. I'm just so vocal and, passionate about what I believe in. So just about tired of hearing everybody's shit, But I'm good. Staying calm. I don't go to those channels to incite me. Actually, even some of the panels that are in and amongst our groups here, some of the people get up there. I'm like, oh my God, really? Actually, what I really enjoy is Ghetto when he gets on there. I've actually thoroughly enjoyed hanging out with him, and when he's on panels and all. I love listening to him because he's actually quite like-minded, similar to the way of thinking that I've got, and I love him. He's a cool dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel the same way. He's
I dig it.
also really good, I think, at he's good at getting people to laugh, at the right time too, not letting
Yeah.
things get too serious.
He's brilliant. Yeah.
Really random, but is that Mickey Mouse hands rolling a joint on your shirt? Is that what that is, Nikki?
Oh yeah, that's my old busted T-shirt.
I was trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
I
Mickey
really
Mouse
like
is rolling a joint. There you go. That's it.
Nice. I'm sure the guys don't mind that shot either, but I like the shirt.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's all messed up. It's like my work shirt now.
No, that's awesome.
When I forget where I actually found that. When I saw it though,
I really like how those hands are curled around your huge tracts of land.
it's hilarious. And
really-
because I'm an asshole, like when it was a nice, because it's all crinkly, the screen printing is getting all crinkly. I would actually put it on and go to the supermarket, and you can see the moms running around with their kids like, oh my God, what a degenerate. He's rolling joints, whatever. Oh, I've got way worse than this. I love wearing my crap. But I have to double check because I forget what this is like a work shirt.
Yeah. I put a link into SG's channel. He happens to be live at the moment also. But that one right there, now he's been doing really long lives. He's actually, I think, probably on, I don't know if it's still the same live that he's on already, but earlier it was a 24-hour live that he's been on. So it's probably going on 30 hours now. But yeah, dude, he's been doing marathons, man. I'm gonna tell you. But there's been a lot of stuff going on. Like people all, there's always something going on. Like on the live that he's on now, he at his 23rd or 24th hour, he ended up taking a nap for a couple hours and then kept the stream going and had a couple of people in there just talking while he was sleeping, and he came back, and so he's been doing some marathon type streams. But that's some of the ones right there. If you look into that, you'll find where where the crinkle and where I've gone off on them and stuff like that. There's a couple others, man. There's another one too. I can't remember right offhand. But these are all people over in the UK. You know what I mean? So I've been talking to a lot of them guys out there when it comes down to like Ireland, Scotland, UK, talking to people out there, really just trying to, I don't really want to depend on like mainstream media to tell me what's going on. You know what I mean? So I talk to people that are actually there, boots on the ground type of stuff, find out what's going on. Like, for instance, like there was a protest in London, like last weekend or whatever. Not a single thing on the mainstream news. Not even in UK. They didn't even put anything on the news about it.
Well,
but it was like over.
Same
It was over.
here.
What is it? Like it was probably like 10,000. I can't remember. It was like a lot of freaking people. You know what I mean? And but it was all protesting like these lockdowns and the boosters and blah blah blah, because they're getting hammered with that kind of stuff.
Well, it
And,
happens here too, but you'll never see it on mainstream news. You just see that crap.
Right. That's the reason why I like
You're
talking to
nervous. I
people
was like,
because I mean,
wait a minute, this
like for instance, somebody will be over there and they'll live stream it or they'll fucking take videos of it, or I'll, you know what I mean? I'll find out that way. I'll talk to these
yeah,
people that are actually there, looking at it, straight off instead of relying on news, to tell me. And like I said, I've been talking to people like on YouTube and on my CB because, like I said, the conditions are, the cycle is getting up into that peak of the cycle where the international talking will start coming in pretty good. I
yeah.
start talking across the pond, and then like in the evenings, like I start getting in the South Pacific, like down toward Australia, New Zealand, Hawaii, and all that stuff. And
Yeah, this is the
it's
sad
been
thing.
pretty
You
good.
you have to ask yourself because now Brian just put same thing happens in Canada. Of course it does. And the thing
Yeah.
is, this just proves to you that we're all in the same boat.
Yes.
There's a bigger agenda here that nobody's getting. Not quite sure what it is, but this is a global issue. Put
Right.
everything aside with your countries. And by the way, I always said I get it with patriotism and I love my country and blah blah blah. But ultimately, let's break it down to states since we're mostly all living in the United States here. And this is another thing that I got bad feedback on when I was younger, because I would say this to even my mom and my dad. I said, well, what was the original guy that sat down and goes, well, I'm going to draw a line and that's Florida, and I'm going to draw a line and that's New York. And now suddenly, in a way, you took an entire country and you separated people within that country just by drawing an artificial line that technically doesn't really exist. This is a planet with a lot of land. Humans are free people. We should all be the same. And I get it. That's a hippie generalization. That's way too simple. But let's just start there.
Keep it simple, stupid. That's
who
where
made
it's
these
at.
lines? It's
Yeah.
like, well, you're in Florida. Once you cross that border, little Harry, is not recognized in that state. Seriously, dude? It's a big piece of fucking land. Who drew that invisible line that says once I cross it, little Harry doesn't work there? Because I'm going to tell you, when I cross the line, if you mug me, little Harry's going to work just fucking fine. Just like he does down here. But so that's like, I get so far down the basics that I annoy the shit out of people because nobody's thinking about this. Here's the thing. Well, my
I know.
state's this and your state's that. Well, fuck it. Let's go back to basics. Who's the
Yeah.
douchebag suit and a tie that drew that fucking line to begin with?
Well, I
We're
mean,
all we're all Americans.
Yeah.
Forget the fucking lines,
Yeah,
And by
I
the way,
agree. I agree.
further,
I mean,
there are no countries.
we as a people
Earth.
need to actually start, like I said, they in a sense, like uniting and starting to go back to the natural way of things. You know what I'm saying? Instead of all this, like this corporatism and all this other crap and blah, blah,
all it
blah.
is.
It's very infuriating that the way the systems and this quote unquote new world order is trying to tighten their fist over everything. You know what I mean? I mean, honestly, put it this way, man. Back in the day, a revolutionary where it only took like probably a little less than 1/3, but like 1/3 of the population, and go after and kick the most powerful military and most tyrannical military at that time. By God, can you imagine what 1/3 of the population of the entire planet can do to the most tyrannical of this time?
Yeah,
You know
but
what I
the
mean?
problem is, look at what's going on now. We have a monstrous population just in the United States here, and most of them are running around with face fucking diapers. Like, I'll tell you, when I was up with Uman, and then we went up in Clearwater, I was with Chris, and then John was there. There was a dude literally in the middle of nowhere standing on the beach with a face diaper. And I'm telling you, it took everything I had in my being not to walk up to some guy and go, are you a fucking idiot? Because that's normal, Nikki. And I'm like, all right, be a nice girl.
Well,
And
hey, I agree with you, Nikki, because I mean, honestly, man, I've been trying to work on my, deal too. You know what I mean? Because I mean, I've noticed this too. Like for instance, like if I want to try and share some information to some peoples and stuff like that, sometimes I can get a little passionate about it, and then these profane words would come out and all that, like a fuck there, whatever. Well, that turns people off, man. And then the next thing you know, their ears shut down and they don't hear anything else that I got to say. You know what I mean? No matter how important or how truthful or whatever, it's like a lot of the times they just don't hear anything after that first cuss word or whatever. And I have to work on that myself. That's my own thing. You know what I mean? If I want to get any kind of that message out and I want people to receive it and take it in, I gotta work on my delivery. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, whatever. I ran out of energy for that. So to that I say, fuck them. And I just
No,
sit on my
I
couch and do
agree.
what I want.
I agree. I agree because I mean,
I don't give a shit anymore.
but it is a thing in my mind, because I'll treat it. I'll treat it like the radio, for instance. On a majority basis, I try not to cuss on the radio. That's just my own decision, my own or whatever. But that doesn't always happen. But I try to do
to
it.
that I say I'm sorry because you know me, I have a foul mouth. So
No, dude, I don't care. Honestly, I really don't, Nikki. I mean, honestly, I like that. I like that free talk anyway. And I don't
yeah,
want
we
to.
gotta change some stuff
I
that
don't
makes
even
you
want
like
to.
me
I don't
and
even want to
fuck
try and
Ryder.
censor myself. I don't like it. I hate it. It's like it's like the algorithms and stuff, and trying to change the words up. We know what we're talking about. But we got to sit there and we're basically, forcing ourselves to sit there and basically change up words. Use code words and censor ourselves. I hate that shit. I just want to sit there and say what I want to say and say it without having like being punished for it or some shit. I don't like whatever or politically correct. I'm definitely not politically correct. I could tell you that. And
No, yeah, I'm far from that, man. Like, and I always have been. But I've never made apologies for it, and I've never changed my opinion.
Yeah.
I've always been like this, and I don't give a shit what people think. Actually,
Yeah.
And the truth is,
I'm right there
if
with you,
knock
girl.
on my door and you need help, I don't care what you believe in. If you're a good person, I'll help you. That's always the way I've rolled. So that's proof right there that human beings, regardless of what you believe in, or even if you're what I call the libtarded people, but I don't believe in again. I'm not left right. This is your conditioning that get rid of your TV. If you can't even do that, just hit the remote and turn it off. That'll solve a lot of fucking problems for most people.
Dude, if people would just turn off that television for like 2 months, if they did it for 2 months, dude, it would change a lot. I mean, honestly, it's like almost like if you turn off your TV, it's like all this crap that they're talking just disappears. It's like it doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Except for the only way you would know it exists is because you got every once in a while you got those stupid people with the damn diaper on their face that still shows up, that are still wandering around and driving in their car alone with the windows rolled up and still have a mask on. I'm like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? That's the only way it reminds me it still exists.
I see people on motorcycles. And here's a funny fucking thing. When Dana came to visit me the previous year, that we did the whole like get together, the YouTube people. And so she flew here from California, stayed at my house. Then we got in a truck, visited Uman, John, the whole 9 yards. Everybody got together, right? And it was awesome, to like be with these people that you're here on YouTube.
I love that you guys got together. That made me that made me happy that you guys got together.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's so great. And so the funny thing is, we live in my house, and Dana is a bike rider like I am. She's got a lot of motorcycles. Actually, this bitch knows her shit, and she is a bitch. And I love her, but good Lord. So we leave my house, we're on an intersection, and then there's this chick on a bike. Here's the weird thing: no helmet, face diaper. And I just started laughing, and the funny thing is, Dana's sitting next to me going, you don't have helmet laws in Florida? I'm like, you're actually asking me this? Because there's a bitch that just went by with no helmet, but she had a face diaper on. So here's the thing. You have an accident, you're going to get your brain smashed out if you have an accident, but you got a face diaper on so you won't catch COVID, you know. Come on.
Dude, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. You know, I've actually said this to a few people. I was like, okay, listen, for those people that really think that diaper is working, let me stand next to you and fart and see if you can smell my fart. If you can smell my fart, by God, you can catch whatever you can catch through that sucker. Okay, I'm
Have you
serious.
seen the people with
Family
vapes?
Guy thing.
Have you seen the people with vapes that like breathe in and breathe out through the mask, and you can just see the smoke everywhere?
Oh no, I haven't, but I can see that happening. Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, I haven't seen it, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. There's also a video I saw that was of a guy who was talking about the particle sizes of, you know, the thing.
Yeah.
And there's that censoring thing we got to, you know, work around.
Yeah.
But anyway, and he compared it to the aerosol size of your breath, which he held up his glasses and breathed through it and had, or without the mask, fogged up his glasses, and then he did it with like 5 masks on or something, and it did the exact same thing. Just pointless.
Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, I like, you know, the regular ear loop masks. Even the manufacturer puts it on the box that these things will not protect you from the CV-19. It will not do it. It's
Yeah, it's
the
right there.
manufacturer puts it on the fucking box.
Says it right on the box. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Hey,
ridiculous.
Independent, can you
And
grab
that's
that
what I said. The
that bot for
CV
me?
word has been on Lysol bottles
Yeah.
for decades. And I
I
said
can't get it.
right there, Americans in general, like I'm only speaking for our country, you know, you read that crap and they're like, wait a minute, because I'm observant, you know, this crap is on every Lysol bottle everywhere. I'm like, if you read that, then you start questioning shit and going, wait, this is crap. But somehow everybody falls for it. I don't get it.
Yeah, I know.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Hold on
it-
one second, Nikki, really fast. If once it's in the chat here, I have to wait until it's in the chat on my YouTube side to
Okay.
block them. So if you
All right.
always catch them before you do. I'm just letting you know. I can do it once it gets to that point.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, okay.
Indy, you have another one at 45 minutes.
That didn't get taken down?
Right, it's up in the stream.
Okay, I'll go try to find it.
Okay.
What? Way back in? What are you talking about? Like way back in the beginning?
No, just 15 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Oh, I've been trying to keep track of it all. I mean, I'll go into YouTube and I'll actually I'll go after it too myself. Now I think about it.
Yeah, if you feel you can trust me, I will only crush bots and I will drop pre-approved links and I won't censor anybody if you want to give me a wrench.
Oh, right on.
Do you mind if I address something like a conversation that kind of came up in the chat a minute ago?
Go ahead.
Just because it's kind of cool to me that there's a few people here who know of him, and I don't know if any of you are familiar with Villain Report, but yeah, he was actually a huge part of my, like, you know, I don't know, waking up, if you want to call it that process. But basically, when hold on one second.
I guess she got called for mommy duty.
Yep. We'll see if I can actually get through this. But yeah, so when I first started kind of that whole, you know, realizing what was happening around me, I guess, I don't know, process, a huge part of that was watching Villain Report's live streams from the Chop or the Chaz in Seattle. And he really just reported, sorry guys, hold on a second.
Yeah, Nikki, I just subbed to you.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Yep. If you like stuff having to do with history, you got to check out my playlist.
I think I'm actually sub to you, to be honest.
Right. Yeah, I think I added it up. I think I'm just under 1,000 hours of playlists.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm sub to you. And oh, she's out because she always posts all the links. But I'm like, if you didn't, she should put your link again. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I'm sub to you. Yeah, and I love that kind of stuff. I
Yeah,
really
she
do.
dropped my link right before she dropped yours.
Okay, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
went over
I
there and
love
grabbed.
that kind of stuff.
I just went over there and grabbed those 2 bots myself. I went over to YouTube and grabbed them.
Cool.
Because like I said, what I do is I'll time them out, I'll report them and block them.
Right.
Yep. That's the way to do it.
I was like, fuck it, I'll just go full on them. I go full on. You know, because I mean, you know, NC girl, she's like, well, all you got to do is just time them out. They get bored, they don't go, and then they'll go away. I'm like, nope, I'm not even going to stop there. I'm going to go full on.
Well, like I said, most of them that bomb your chats, these are programs that people, even with their phones, computers, whatever, you download it, and then you make these different IDs, and then they just bomb your chats. So that's the way it works. So they don't get tired. It's just basically.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I was thinking in my mind too. But when like when NC girl, she's like, "Oh, they'll just go away if you time them out." I'm like, "Well, I don't think so." So I go full on. I do all of it. Everything I can do when it comes down to blocking, timing out, and reporting. I'll do all of 3.
Yeah.
And I do that. I even do that to other people's chats. Like if I see it in the chat and I happen to be a mod, I mean, I don't block anybody. I don't put anybody in timeout unless I absolutely know this is just trying to start fights and shit. You know, I respect the people that are actually, you know, their channel. I'll do that. I've done it twice. That's just all the only times I've done it, but it's only been timing out, and it's for those type of reasons. But other than that, the only thing I go after is bots, man. I don't. I mean, I won't even ask permission from the channels. I'll go straight for them anyway. You know what I mean? You know, that's just me. I don't think there's any need for them suckers in the first place. I don't think they should be around at all.
No.
You know what I mean?
No, they're just there to make trouble.
That's why I was like, you know, if there was some way, you know, like even Zach was talking, it's like maybe we can get something on the back end or whatever and just go after certain type of keywords or whatever. And then like, I don't know, or invent a bot to go after the bot. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how we could do this.
Like I told you, it's complicated, and that
Yeah, I know.
Time, you know.
That's why I need a techie guy. I need somebody that knows how to do that stuff. You know, somebody knows how to code. You know what I mean? I need a mad scientist on the coding part. You know what I mean? Somebody that, you know, I don't know, but you know, I don't know how to do it. I'm just you know, thinking out loud when I.
You know, you're always gonna have to deal with that stuff. There's just no way around it. You know, it is what it is. Just
What's up, Greg? How you doing, Greg? Yeah.
Oh, Wingnut, thanks for having me up. I'm gonna bounce, buddy.
Yeah, I think maybe I think I might do that in a minute too myself, man, and head over to Jeremy's because I think he's live at the moment too. He's got the bar open for Ron this evening, so I might go over there and see how everything's going on over there. And TTB Joker, you said you're a tech on Discord, right on.
Cool.
Well, then maybe we need to get together or something and figure out how we can get rid of all these bots that keep on coming in the chats. Because I've seen them in live stream chats. I've also seen them in as comments in some of my videos that I've downloaded. And you know, I mean, honestly, man, it needs to be eradicated from YouTube altogether. I don't know if it's YouTube producing these. That's another thing too. I'm not sure who's actually creating these things.
I think it's a combination of both, like I said before.
Yeah.
So I think it's lower level bots, but on some level, I think that it's a partial experiment as well. That's what I can see. You know.
Well, I'm also wondering. I'm wondering where those things are gravitating to. You know what I mean? I wonder if they go to those foo type channels. You know, like the puppy channels and stuff. I wonder
Yeah.
if you see those things in those channels. I'm curious. You know what I mean?
Be
I mean,
interesting to see. Yeah.
yeah, because I mean, if it's only in like the freedom type movement type people's chats and stuff, that explains why they're around, why they're there.
Yeah. I'm
Um,
willing to bet you that it's not in those frou chats, you know, that you were saying. I think it actually only is in these, which is interesting. If you can prove that, then that adds a whole nother dimension to certain theories, if you know what I mean. You know.
yeah.
So
Well, Nikki, are you gonna head to bed in a little while, or what are you doing, girl?
well, I will. I mean, I'm not 100% tired. I got a little bit of life left in me, not much. So if you want to sign out and run over to Jeremy, because I love Jeremy, so we can support him and run over to Jeremy and say hi. You know,
That
that we
sounds good. I mean, if you don't
want to do that.
mind, I didn't want to cut you out and all that stuff. So if you want to do that,
Oh,
I'm
absolutely
willing to
not.
do
I'm
that.
all about that. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
go do that. Let's go
All right.
support him.
All right, Nikki. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody in the chat out there. I'm going to go ahead and cut it off. This is the 1122, the Wingnut Radio out here for Anarchy Television. And you guys have a good one out there.